So welcome everybody. Thank you for your patience. The Planning Commission, you probably know we just got done with our tour, so some of them are going to be a little bit late. So we'll probably get started here in about 5 or 10 minutes, but just want to let everyone know what was going on. You can go back to your conversations. Hi, just for those of you out on Zoom, in case you just joined us, we are going to start here in about 5 minutes or so. Our Planning Commission tour did go a little bit long today, so we're just waiting on 2 more commissioners to join us who should be here shortly. If anyone needs an agenda, they're up here on the table. Please help yourself.
He's opening windows.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Just checking in. We're still waiting on one commissioner. Don't worry, the meeting hasn't started yet, but it will start soon. So stay tuned.
Okay, looks like everybody's here. We will call the regular meeting of the Planning Commission together, and can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen,
Here.
Commissioner Bolton,
Here.
Commissioner Delves,
He's,
I did see him on the Zoom earlier, Commissioner Delves.
okay. Commissioner Locke. Here.
there
And
he
Chair
is.
LePage.
Here. Okay, we're all here and ready to go. I want to welcome everybody to the meeting. It's the first time I've been back here since 2020. So it's nice to be back, see all of you here. Okay, so the first item on our public agenda tonight are the public appearances. So members of the public can speak to the Planning Commission on any matters of municipal concern at this time. You don't have to identify yourself, but it's helpful if you do. The things you speak about will not receive discussion tonight, but they may be agendized at a future date. So is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to the Planning Commission about items which are not on our agenda tonight at this time? If so, please come to the podium.
I think there was somebody out in front.
Yeah, I saw Christy out there.
Yeah.
Christy Hollenbeck, let me,
Yeah, I want
You got it,
somebody to
Leah?
let her know we've called the meeting to order. And I don't see any hands going up online.
there's one.
Oh, we got one. Okay, I see a hand there. You're ending in 258. You have the floor. Would you like to speak?
I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair LePage and Commissioners. Michael McWalter, Scenic Road to north of 11th. Been doing some research on what we want in the wireless ordinance. The more research I do, the more troubling it is, because when a cell tower antenna catches on fire, a person is just smelling smoke, they open the window and they smell smoke and they go, oh my gosh, there's a fire, and they go out and look and they see the flames coming. Their natural reaction is to call the fire department. Well, unfortunately, that's not the right number one move. You got to call PG&E and ask them to turn the power off, turn the electricity off on that cell tower. So when the firemen come, they can put the fire out, because if the power is not turned off and they start hosing it down, they get electrocuted. There were 4 fires in Malibu County: Gordito Fire, Malibu Canyon Fire, Woolsey Fire, and I forget the name of the other one. They were all Silverado Fire. They were all started by telecommunications equipment. And then I did some more reading. And when you live next to a cell tower, you're being exposed to radiation. And when people are exposed to radiation, they get sick. And they did a study of 356 people that live near cell towers in Germany. And what they came down with were sleep disturbances, tiredness, concentration impairment, forgetfulness, problem with finding words, depressive tendencies, tinnitus, sudden loss of hearing, nosebleeds, frequent infections, joint and limb pains, and the list goes on and on and on. So you've got fire risk, and I'm thinking about the Sobranus fire that was burning for about a year. We don't want another Sobranus fire in the village. And I can't imagine anyone, when the word gets out, what the risks are to living around these cell towers, these antennas. How in the world are people going to sit back and tolerate that? Oh, it's in the code, you have to go along with it. They're going to say baloney. I'm going to get sick. So let's get ahead of this. Let's make our ordinance restrictive as possible to protect. I thought I could punch some nerves with the trees being removed. It's about health. People get sick living in close proximity to these radiation-emitting cell towers. So let's get ahead of it. Let's make our ordinance as restrictive as we can. No cell towers in the R1. 500-foot setbacks for antennas. Antenna setbacks no closer than 500 feet to any building with people in it. 1,500-foot separations between antennas, and the most important one of all are the 4 Campanelli tests that wireless companies have to do to prove they've got a gap in service. We really need that one. We've got to get ahead of this, got to protect the residents, got to protect our health.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
And-
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank
We
you.
thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay,
Chairman Page.
is there anyone else who would like to address the planning commission at this time about matters which are not on our agenda tonight?
Yes. Good evening, Chair LePage and Planning Commissioners. This is Christy Hollenbeck from Stop Cell Towers in Carmel neighborhoods. We thank the city for working collaboratively with the citizen-funded attorney Andrew Campanelli. Recently, I had the pleasure of speaking to Susan Foster, who was instrumental in getting cell towers removed from fire stations in California. She began hearing more and more stories of firefighters who literally could not function on the job. Once cell towers were activated on or adjacent to their fire stations, they could no longer function without severe headache, inability to speak, sleep, and foggy thinking. Susan's actions led to a moratorium on the placement of cell towers on fire stations. More recently, Susan helped to write the fire safety section and the CEQA section, California Environmental Qualification Act section of ordinances for Encinitas and Malibu, California. She was kind enough to share her brilliantly written white paper with us. Her paper is thoroughly researched, and we ask that the city include these sections in our wireless ordinance. Foster makes it clear in her paper that cell towers and related telecommunication equipment can cause wildfires. Each cell tower is an electrical device. When electrical devices fail, electrical fires can be triggered. Cell tower fires cannot be extinguished, as Mike said, through conventional means. Anyone putting water on a cell tower fire before electricity is cut, which can take up to 60 minutes, can be electrocuted. Imagine a cell tower fire in Carmel neighborhoods in the midst of a windstorm like the ones we had a few weeks ago, and there's nothing you can do until PG&E can cut the power. According to Foster, 4 major fires have been initiated, at least in part, due to telecommunication equipment within the last 15 years in Southern California alone, costing over $6 billion in damages. According to the FCC, safety belongs to the locality to regulate. That includes safety setbacks. We need to put these setbacks in our wireless ordinance. Hopefully, Susan Foster will be able to speak at our wireless meeting on March 1st. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Chrissy, for your comments. Okay, I see someone online here. Ms. Toomey, would you like to speak to the planning commission
Yes.
about matters which
Yes.
are not on our agenda tonight?
Definitely. Thanks much, and thanks to all of you. I would like to just offer a suggestion for consideration, as I know right now the housing element project is not on your agenda today, but there's a public meeting scheduled for the end of February, the 28th. And I would love to see if the city could provide some recommendations to the public so that they could guide their feedback as much in advance as well as in person at that meeting on the 28th, alongside some guidance that clarifies what the city is obliged to do and what if they don't continue to work towards a completed and fully approved housing element, what the downside and risks are for the city if we don't comply and move this effort forward. So it's just a communication recommendation to the city in preparation for the meeting at the end of the month. And that would do it, I think. Actually, I do have one other topic real quick. And I know that the plans for the 5th and Dolores, i.e. the Pit or Eureka Plaza, are now available on the city's website, but it's not yet queued up for a planning commission meeting. It would be great to, again, have the city provide us much advance notice as to when that's going to come before you all for review. So that's it. Thanks much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the planning commission regarding anything which is not on our agenda tonight? Okay, I don't see any in the audience coming up, and I don't see any hands going up online, so we will move on with our agenda. Okay, are there any announcements from any of the commissioners or staff regarding anything? Okay. Any announcements from the public? A municipal concern? Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent actions. Members of the public or the commission may request an item be pulled for further discussion. Otherwise, they are considered in one motion. Is there anyone from the public that would like any items from the consent agenda pulled tonight? There's only one item. It's the monthly activity report. Let's see anybody, any of the commissioners? Okay. I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda item, the monthly activity report.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, I don't see any orders of business tonight, so we don't have anything under that category. So next item on the public hearings tonight, the public hearings. Before we start the public hearings, I just want to explain how these are conducted. I know some of you already know this, but I think it's good to go over it in advance. So each item will be addressed individually, and the staff will give their report on it. After that, the commissioners will have time to ask questions. Then the applicant will have 5 minutes to make their presentation. Members of the public will have 3 minutes to make their comments after that. And depending on whether or not the chair feels it's necessary, the chair will grant an additional 3 minutes to the applicant for rebuttal time. Okay, so the first item on the public hearings tonight is a coastal development permit. It's 23016 Mission Trails, a nature preserve, and this is a well and tank decommission. Is consideration of a coastal development permit for the removal of a water storage tank and associated piping, water well, and pump house, and associated PG&E power pole and meter located in the Mission Trails Park Reserve. May I have staff report, please?
Yeah, good evening, Chair LePage and Commissioners. My name's Rick Riedel. I'm with Wallace Group, assisting the city with this project. And this project is, as you said, the removal of a water storage tank, well, and associated equipment. Oh, there it goes. The background to this project is the equipment was used originally to operate a small storage tank and water well that was at the intersection of the Doolittle Trail and the Sarah Trail. And the system was used by the Public Works to fill vehicles. The proposed project now is to remove the water system and to restore the area to a natural state. The project is eligible for a Class 1 categorical exemption under CEQA, and design measures would be incorporated to minimize environmental impacts.
I think our clicker is bad, so just say next slide. We'll do it for you.
Oh, you'll do it? Okay.
Yep.
So one of the elements of this project is removing a small water well, and it's really maybe a misnomer to call it a water well. It's actually a small pipe in the ground, or a large diameter pipe that's only 10 feet deep. And the reason is the well is so shallow is because it's close to a budding creek, which is a bit of an environmental concern here. But the well pumps water up to a water tank. Next slide, please. That's located at an elevation above the Sarah Trail on this fire access road. The tank is approximately 10,000 gallons. It's a steel tank and sits on concrete pilasters that support the tank. All of this tank equipment will be cut up, removed, and along with the piping and the concrete pilasters that it's sitting on. Next slide, please. The project also is going to remove an existing small pump house that's immediately adjacent to the creek at the concrete ford on the Doolittle Trail. It's a very small enclosure. It's about 3 feet by 3 feet by 4 feet. It has a small pump in it, and some of the equipment has already been removed, the piping and such. But the project now is to remove the entire pump house to 1 foot below grade and then try to backfill the 1 foot depression with native material so it looks like a natural area again. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
The project's also going to remove a power pole that was installed by PG&E to supply power to both the pump house and the well. PG&E has removed their meter. In this pictures, you see the small little meter on the power pole. We're going to remove the power pole to at least 2 feet below grade and then try and restore the area. Next slide, please. So in order to make sure that we don't disturb the park too much, the nature preserve too much, we have project design measures. And one of the measures we're going to do is a worker environmental awareness program. So we're going to have a qualified biologist do a training program for everyone that steps on the site, and then we'll have them confirm that they received the training, and the biologist will also be available to answer any questions to the workers. We'll employ a biologist to do a survey for the dusky-footed wood rat. If they find any wood rat nests that are close to the project site, they will demarcate it and let the workers know where it is. If it's closer to the site, then the work will they'll allow under the guidance of the biologist to move the wood rat nest. Well, also, within 2 weeks of doing this project, we'll have a qualified biologist go out and do a survey for nesting birds. And if there are any nesting birds sighted, the biologist will give direction on proper buffer zone and working conditions. We'll also employ best management practices. This includes putting up netting to demarcate the construction zones so that we know where the environmental sensitive areas are, and to employ drip pans underneath all the equipment when they're not operational. We'll have the city forester look at the trees to make sure that the trees are well protected during the construction activities, and then also we'll instruct the contractors in wildfire safety, which includes spark arresters on all their equipment, and to remove any flammable materials from the construction site. Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation tonight is to adopt a resolution approving a coastal development permit for the removal of a water storage tank and associated piping, water well and pump house, and associated PG&E power pole. And there is a resolution in your agenda packet for you to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners for the staff?
I have a two-part question.
Commissioner Allen, go ahead.
First, I was wondering, so this has been budgeted and prioritized in terms of projects, and then the second part is, if we do not do this, is there a downside to that?
Yes, so to answer your first question, it is budgeted. It's in the capital improvement program, and the downside is that the well is attractive to nuisance vandalism, and it is also unsightly. And so what the goal of this project is to make it look like a natural area. It's a nature preserve, and it doesn't look like that right now.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, any members from the public can come forward and make any comments that they would like to make regarding this application.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is William Doolittle. I am the party that actually transacted the sale of this property to the city and donated it 51 years ago. It was a project that Greg D'Ambrosio got his feet wet in Carmel when he first came to California. So I'm very familiar with this. This particular water tank was put in following a drought years in the mid-1970s. And it was used for a period of time, but I don't think it's been used for quite some time. So it is desirable to go ahead with this project, and I'm glad to see it being taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doolittle, and thank you for donating this property to the city. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make comments on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearings, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Bolton, would you like to begin?
Yeah, sure. I don't have a lot to say other than I support this, and for exactly the reasons stated. They're kind of an unattractive and attractive nuisance and should go. And since we have the money to do it, I can't see any reason why not.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen?
I would agree. I do have one more question. We did have a resident that had concerns about safety, and so I wanted to know if there was discussion that that would be addressed within this project scope, or are we going to look at that later?
We can ask possibly our Public Works Director to come up, maybe just to clarify the question a little bit more. Was it a safety during construction or safety?
No, it was safety with the entrance to the park and the situation on Rio.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Hi, Chairman LePage and the members of the commission. Bob Harary, Public Works Director. The letter that we got from a person, it does not pertain to this coastal development permit. It does not pertain to the next coastal development permit that I'll be presenting in a moment. It's a repeat request. It would be to create a new pathway across part of the wooded part of the preserve. That's not part of the master plan. The issue, so I think the letter had two parts. One was about a pathway into the preserve, which I don't think staff would support in any way. The issue about the cars parked along Rio and people walking on, like in between, in and out of the, next to the cars, that is a concern. I believe there's a sidewalk across the street and there's crosswalks. So people should be, using the crosswalks and walking safely on the sidewalk on the south side of Rio. So that addresses those issues. In terms of the construction project itself, of course, there's a number of safety requirements for the contractor, our consultants, and our staff.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, do you have any further comments, Commissioner Allen? Or?
No, I would agree with what Commissioner Bolton said. I don't oppose this project at all.
And Commissioner Locke?
I'd agree. I have no issues with this project, and I support it.
And Commissioner Delves?
Thanks. Nothing to add.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I fully support this project. I'm glad the city is funding it, and it furthers the natural state of that piece of property, which is a wildlife preserve. So in that case, we have a resolution from staff to support this. There's a number of special conditions, but they predominantly have to do with safety and education for the workers, make them aware of what is there and what needs to be protected and how to identify it. And I think that's a very important thing to do. So having said that, do we have a motion to recommend passage
Yes,
of the
I'll make the
resolution?
motion. I move that we adopt the resolution approving coastal development permit for the removal of a water storage tank and associated piping, water well, and pump house and associated PG&E power pole and meter located in the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and adopt the special conditions and special conditions in our packet.
I can second that.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded to adopt the resolution as presented by staff. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Delves?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Okay, the next item on the public hearings is another coastal development permit for the Mission Trails Nature Preserve. This is consideration for drainage improvements in the southern portion of the Mission Trails Park Reserve, located in the same locations. Can we have staff report, please?
Yes. It's good to be back, Commissioner Chairman LePage. And
Good to have you back.
It's been a long time. Okay, so this one is for coastal development permit application for 23-017, Mission Trail Nature Preserve, the drainage project. So 2 different projects funded separately, but in the same general area. Next slide, please. A little bit of background. I think I'll skip through some of this. Nature Preserve has been a city preserve since 1979, thanks to Mr. Doolittle. It's an ESHA, an environmentally sensitive habitat area. There was a master plan developed in 1996. It was incorporated in the local coastal program in 2004. There's a baseline biological assessment completed in 2016. So these are various master plans and official documents that's kind of guided development and maintenance of the preserve ever since. In 2019, this is kind of an offshoot of the storm drain master plan, the citywide storm drain master plan. So we did a focus study within the preserve. It was a stream stability study. The study identified 8 drainage improvement projects, starting from the south end of the preserve, working our way to the north. So the first sites 1, 2, and 3 are the 3 drainage projects that are commingled together into this application. Next slide.
The clicker works now, Bob. You can use the clicker.
Oh, does it work?
Yeah, I fixed it. Yep.
Okay. Okay, on this slide, it's kind of hard to see, but on the map is the preserve. You see it's the channels broken up into 8 different segments. So we're looking at the first 3 projects on the lower left, which is towards Rio Road. And then someday all 8 will be constructed, but we have funding and we're focusing on these first 3. But there's more that would be coming later. Existing site conditions. Well, actually, before we go into the details, a couple of weeks ago, we had to close down Mission Trails Nature Preserve during the storms. So it was closed for almost 2 weeks because these photos show, not the worst of the storms, but it's an ongoing nuisance problem that we have. And it got much worse during the storms, and that's why we had to completely close the park. We've since, as you saw today, we rebuilt parts of the road where we could, kind of keep it going, before these improvements will make a permanent solution for those problems. So here on the right, this is a creek runoff at the Sarah Trail. That's the nuisance water, and it causes erosion. There's nuisance flooding at the Rio Road entrance. That's been a problem for a long, long time. We have erosion on the Willow Trail from the tributary from Ridgewood Drive, and we have pedestrians walking across the sensitive willow bog habitat, which we'll see in a second. On the left side, this is the Rio Road entrance, which is kind of messy. On the right, there's the willow bog habitat that people don't like to walk across when it's muddy. On the left, this is at Ridgewood Drive, a little drainage swale. A couple of years ago, we put in a rock-lined swale, not concrete, and not into concrete. We put it on the surface. Looks nice, but it didn't last. The Carmel Area Wastewater District drives their trucks. They have to drive the trucks to access sewer manholes, and they chewed that up pretty well as just the drainage that goes through there. So it didn't really last like we were hoping. So we need to do a more durable repair. And this is ponding at the intersection of Willow and Sarah Trail, where it's proposing one of the pipes. Okay, so there's 3 projects. The first project, number 1 of 3, is the most complicated, but I'm gonna look at the big picture here. If you wanna look at engineering drawings, I don't, but if you do, we have them available. Basically, we're gonna be putting in over 100 feet of a 24-inch pipeline. We're going to put in rip out some old catch basins that don't really work and put in some new catch basins. We have a 27-foot long, 24-inch pipe under Sarah Trail. We have another 18-inch pipe along the drainage swale. We're going to be raising the road about 6 inches with what's called golden granite. Nice color. So a number of drainage repair things on this first site. A little bit up the way, this is also part of that first site, which is another drain pipe that's 30 foot long and 18 inches diameter. It will be backfilled. It'll be under the willow part of the trail as it ties into Sarah. Okay, you won't see it. You'll see the riprap, large boulders really on the edges of the pipe when it's all done. This is the second project. This is the more fun one, I guess, the most fun of the three. So this will be a redwood boardwalk. It'll be elevated to be about, it's all said and done, about 1 foot above the surface. It will be supported on helical piles, about spaced every 9 feet. The boardwalk will be roughly 85 foot long and 4 foot 8 inches wide. We're not going to cut down any trees on any, for any of the of these projects. This one was a little tricky because it's kind of meandering amongst trees, but it's not going to cut down any trees. We also initially thought about putting in railings. We thought that's going to be more intrusive. It's, it's not as natural. So there's no railings. It's just the boardwalk with little edges on the bottom. And then the third project is that swale that we tried in good faith to build without the concrete. Didn't last. So this is a much more engineered, glorified, strong, durable, 3-part drainage crossing. When it's all said and done, it'll be, 40 feet long, 10 foot wide. We'll be regrading in the immediate area. We'll be putting in golden granite where appropriate. We'll be putting in wood chips. We'll be restoring the vegetation. So look, we want it to look as natural as possible when all said and done. You really won't be able to see the concrete. You'll see the boulders on the top, the stones, but you won't see any concrete. And before I go to the next slide, there's $187,000 funding for this from the Park District, the per capita grant. And the rest of the funding, 100,000 plus, is city funds. We must complete this project by the end of 2023 or we'll lose that Park District grant funding. We don't want that to happen. Construction best management practices, much like the last speaker, same idea, the bird nesting surveys, flagging the dusky-footed wood rat. I got that right this time. The construction worker awareness training up front. We have temporary erosion control. We have tree protection. We'll do native vegetation restoration. Before I wrap up, we did submit this project for permit applications to the California Water Quality Control Board, the California Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Army Corps of Engineers. All of those permits are in process. There's the recommendations that, based on initial consultations, are incorporated into these design measures and these mitigation requirements. Okay, so we believe we'll be getting the permits once we pay the fish and wildlife service a lot more money, apparently. That completes I guess the staff recommendation is to approve the coastal development permit for these 3 drainage improvement projects and as recommended from the stream stability study. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So there are questions for Bob and the commissioners? No?
Just a question. Quick question.
Question here.
Yeah, I got a question. So basically, the drainage issue in the first project is going to be fixed, I guess, by a combination of not only this new swales and the new stuff on the side, but also the raising of the path will help keep us dry in the future? Is that basically the overall idea?
Yes. It's meant to be a permanent,
right, to stop exactly what
very
just happened.
long-term fix,
right,
so that we won't have this ongoing nuisance problem.
Perfect. Okay, great. That's great because it's a swamp sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Bob. Okay. This time, members of the public can make comments regarding this application. Any members of the public like to come forward? Have any comments? I'm looking online. I don't see any hands going up.
My hand's up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come forward. Or is there somebody on? I can't.
Cindy Lloyd.
Oh, it's Cindy. Sorry, Cindy. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor LePage and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Cindy Lloyd. I am a longtime resident of Carmel and a longtime volunteer with the Wheaties, which are the monthly group of people who work in Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and I was on the board of the Mission Trail, Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve at one time. This is a project that I think anybody who has spent time in Mission Trail Nature Preserve during the winter knows is vital. It becomes a swamp down there, and having done a lot of cleaning out of willows along that area, it not only is swampy and awful. It smells terrible because decaying vegetation is not a pleasant odor. Anyway, I just encourage you to approve the resolution or the subject before you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, anybody else with their hand up online? Don't see anybody. Nobody coming forward. Okay, close the public comments. Open it up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Locke, do you want to start?
Sure, I'll start. As has been mentioned by the public and also Public Works Director, this project is something that's needed. Congratulations on getting Park District funding. That's always helpful and appreciated. And no, I see this as something that really needs to be done to help make it a safer and more accessible area.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Allen, your comments?
So what an amazing, lovely gift from Mr. Doolittle. Thank you so much. It was so beautiful today out there. And I would totally agree with Commissioner Locke. I'm just overjoyed that we are taking care of this.
Commissioner Delves, do you have any comments?
Nothing to add. I'm delighted to support this project.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Delves and Commissioner Bolton.
Yeah, nothing much to add. This is really needed, even more than the other one we just approved. And I'm looking forward to seeing the rest, the balance, I guess 5 more of these improvements come before us so we can get Mission Trails as improved as possible. Thanks very much.
Okay, we have a resolution from staff. Would somebody like to make a motion? I don't think there's any further comments needed on this.
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve this project as noted by staff with the standard and special conditions.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion is made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all your hard work on this. Okay, the next item.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Doolittle. The next item on the agenda tonight is a design review. This is DR 16-384. This is the Fountain Project. This is design review and use permits and associated development permit for application for a 1,600 square foot mixed use building with a 1,499 square foot basement and a 595 square foot car pit on a vacant lot located at 8th Avenue and 2 northwest of Junipero. And this is in the RC district. We have staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair LePage, and good afternoon. So the Fountain Project before you this afternoon is for a design review, 2 use permits, and an associated coastal development permit. The proposed project is a 1,600 square foot mixed use building. It includes 760 square feet of commercial offices and an 840 square foot residential unit above. The project also includes an almost 1,500 square foot parking garage and then an additional almost 600 square foot car pit to provide an additional parking space on site. The project site is a 2,000 square foot lot. It's located on 8th Avenue between Junipero and Mission and is currently vacant. And it is in the residential and limited commercial zoning district. So this application was actually submitted back in 2016. It's gone through a number of revisions over the past couple years, some based on feedback that the applicant received from the Planning Commission, and then also some feedback that they received from the City Council regarding an encroachment permit for driveway retaining walls. So the proposed design before you today responds to the direction that the applicant has received, and they are seeking final design approval for this project. So as I mentioned, this project is located in the RC zoning district. That's residential and limited commercial. And the purpose of this district is to provide an appropriate location for both permanent and transient residential uses, as well as service and office uses, and a limited number of retail uses that are not impactful to the residential neighborhood. This is a transition zone from our commercial areas to our single-family residential area. And the project includes, again, one residential unit with commercial offices, and these are consistent with the RC district. So the zoning code also requires that the Planning Commission issue a use permit when there's an increase in commercial square footage. So this project does meet that threshold. It will add 840 square feet of commercial office space in this zoning district. The code does not provide any specific findings for this use permit. Oh, I take that back. It's for the next one. Okay, so there are 6 findings to approve an increase in commercial square footage. So findings A, B, and E are not applicable. I do mention those in the staff report. I won't go through them this afternoon. Finding C relates to water consumption, just making sure that the project has an adequate supply of water. The owner did obtain a Malpaso water entitlement, so that finding has been met. Finding D relates to parking requirements. The project does comply with required parking, and I have a couple slides on that in just a moment. And then finding F relates to the allocation of the different types of land uses. So the residential space versus the commercial space versus landscaping and parking. So the residential unit is a proposed 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit. The commercial office space would have 3 offices with 2 bathrooms. There is all on-site parking provided, and the project also meets the open space requirements. So staff finds that it meets this finding as well. And then with respect to parking, the parking requirement is 1.5 spaces for the residential unit. The code does require that we round up to the nearest whole number. So it's effectively 2 spaces for the residential unit. And with respect to the commercial, it's 1 space for 600 square feet of commercial area, or 1 per business, whichever is greater. So in this case, it would either be 2 parking spaces for 840 square feet, or 3 parking spaces if there were 3 independent businesses within the space. Because only 4 parking spaces are being provided, they will be limited to no more than 2 independent businesses in the commercial office area. So again, the total parking requirement would be 4 to 5 spaces. They are proposing 4. So at the main parking level, there would be 3 spaces, car turntable within the area would help for maneuvering, and then the car pit, which would lower the 4th parking space down into a basement area. So staff has included a condition limiting the number of businesses to a maximum of 2, because that's what the proposed parking can support. The other use permit here is for underground parking. So the commercial chapter of the zoning code requires a use permit for underground floors that are used expressly for parking of vehicles, non-commercial storage, and mechanical equipment. The car pit is completely underground and is not considered a story. However, because the main parking garage is only partially underground, the south portion where you enter is actually considered a story, while the north portion is actually considered a basement, so just based on the topography of the site. So this use permit is required for underground parking. Within those underground parking areas, there will be a light well, an elevator, vestibule, stairwell, laundry facilities, and a mechanical room. With respect to setbacks, the required front setback is 7 feet 6 inches, and the building does meet that requirement. There is no rear setback required. The side setback requirement is 5 feet for at least 50% of the side lot line. So for this lot, it's 50 feet deep, so 25 feet must maintain a 5-foot setback. And within that setback, there shouldn't be any structures. The setbacks are to be used for landscaping. So staff has included a condition of approval requiring additional landscaping within the side setback on the east side of the building where there is currently proposed hardscape, and then also removal of a roof feature over the landscaped area on the west side of the building just to get it outside of that 5-foot setback. So here's a graphical depiction of that roof element on the west side of the property. It just kind of shows you those two areas are the required setback areas and should be predominantly landscaped. With respect to building height, so the code says that in the RC district, buildings should be no more than 2 stories above grade. When the finished floor of a partially subgrade space is 5 feet or more above the adjacent grade, it is considered a story. So again, based on the topography, this parking level, the main parking level, a portion of it is a story and a portion of it is underground. So the maximum building height when abutting an R1 district is 24 feet. And then the code also says that the maximum building height shall be determined primarily by the design context of nearby structures. So there's some subjective standards with regards to building height, and then there's some more objective standards like a maximum of 24. And this is, I think, really saying building height should be determined based on the context, but should be no more than 24 feet. And then the last bit of guidance that the code gives us is that height is measured from the more restrictive of existing or final grade. I say all that because over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of discussion about the building height. Originally, it measured at 26 feet, but it has been brought down to under the 24-foot height limit. The residential unit on the upper floor has been set back 4 feet 6 inches. So in doing so, that residential unit starts where the story at the garage level ends, if that makes sense. They basically don't overlap. So it is a 2-story building. It does meet the standards in the code. And again, this revision was driven in part by the encroachment permit, which was not supported for the driveway retaining walls. So instead of setting the garage further below grade, the applicant had to raise it up to eliminate those retaining walls. Therefore, we see a little bit more of the garage, but they've stepped back that residential unit so that they maintain the 2-story building height. This is a graphical depiction of the street scene. This is meant to kind of show the context, at least on the north side of 8th Avenue. You've got the Scout House on the far left, and then Mr. Fountain has a single-family home on the far right. This proposed project is in scale with its surroundings. With respect to finished materials, the applicant is proposing a stone wall cladding, wood windows and doors. The garage door is also proposed to be wood, and a clay tile roof. The project also includes copper gutters and downspouts, so staff has included condition number 33 that those be replaced with an alternative material. And with that, staff is recommending that the commission adopt a resolution approving the design review, 2 use permits, and the coastal development permit. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the commissioners for staff?
Please.
Mr. Bolton?
Yeah, can we entertain a discussion about the stories for a second? So it looks like 3 stories. It's not technically 3 stories. And even though it looks like 3 stories, it's still very, very similar to the adjacent structure's heights. They're not, in other words, it's not like looking taller than these other structures. So staff can support this as a 2-story structure just because of that 4-foot setback technicality in the code. And then you discussed the subjective portion of this would be if it meets adjacent structures' heights or is similar to, or we find that it's in keeping with the adjacent structures' heights. Is that, just to be clear?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. That's all I wanted, just make sure I understand.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Dells, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes staff's presentation. Can the applicant please come forward and make their presentation?
Mr. Chair, how much, sorry, Mr. Lombardo, how much time would you like to give the applicant?
5 minutes.
Okay,
2
thank
hours.
you.
That's the second
Sorry.
time today you interrupted me, you know.
Yeah, you'll be here by yourself.
Your time is up, Mr. Lombardo.
Yeah, but Mr. Miller, because Tony Lombardo on behalf of DEFCON, Mr. Miller is here obviously eminently more qualified to answer design questions. But as I started to say this afternoon, I think Commissioner LePage is the only commissioner who was here. Your commission actually approved this. Oh, Commissioner Locke was here. The commission actually approved this project previously in a slightly different arrangement. What happened afterwards, because of as Marnie mentioned, there were retaining walls in the right-of-way, we had to go to the city council, and the then city council and the then city administration decided that the fountain should build a sidewalk on the north side of 8th Avenue in return for obtaining that wall encroachment permit. What resulted thereafter was a 6-year nightmare or ordeal, depending on how you want to describe it, where this fountain spent about $250,000 engineering and designing a sidewalk that complied with the ADA, went back to the city council, who unanimously voted to support it and go forward. There was then an election, and the individuals who had previously supported the idea and the requirement of a sidewalk then spoke against it, and the council voted against the sidewalk after all of that. That is the meeting which Marnie refers to, where we received direction from the council to raise the building to come in at grade on the street, which would then eliminate the retaining wall, and as Mr. Miller can explain, ended up reducing the height of the structure slightly. So not our finest hour from a planning perspective, but 2 of the commissioners have seen this project previously. It's basically just that same project redesigned to meet the direction from the council, and we respectfully and gratefully receive your support tonight after all of these years. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Miller, are you going to come forward to use some of the time?
Yeah. So Marnie, do you have the overlay I gave you earlier today that we could put on the overhead? We took the original design that we had approved at the Planning Commission, and we overlaid the new design, so you can see how we brought the level of the garage up to the street, so we didn't need to have any retaining walls in the setback. We also lowered the building slightly, so she's going to put that up, I guess, in a second. But we just did the overlay, and hopefully we can come up with a solution today and pass this project. I guess you don't, unless there's any questions for me.
Yeah, the commissioners have any questions for Eric while we're waiting for the... Okay, all right.
Thank you.
One more turn.
Turn that, there you go. Okay. So the blue lines was what was previously presented, is that right, Eric?
Yes, that's right. So you can see it's a light blue line. The dark line is the street. The blue line down below is where we had it originally. We required some retaining walls in the setback. And you can also see the building came down slightly. You can see the height of the blue line was a little bit higher before. So based on the direction from the city council, we raised the parking garage up to the street level and lowered the building slightly.
So the building's been lowered.
So you can see to comply with the maximum height. We originally were.
So you're right at 24 now?
Yes, we had to comply because we're across from residential in the R1. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marnie, there's no concerns from any of the residents around this?
We did not receive any written, public comments.
Okay, great.
Okay, our members of the public may come and address the planning commission at this time regarding this application. Is there anybody online? Can anybody, I can't see the, there were a couple hands up. Okay, Victoria Beach, go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute and everything. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Wonderful, thanks. I just put into the chat 4 regulations that I don't see in the staff report that have to do with parking design and street grade and sidewalk design that would apply in the commercial district for this property. First of all, I just want to say that I'm very pleased to see the progress that we're no longer requiring the transfer of public land to private hands in order to make this project work. I'd like to see a project built here. So that's a good checkbox. I'm glad to see commercial uses. That's appropriate for this zoning area. So that's a checkbox. I think there might be a misunderstanding here, though, about the grade, at grade. The uproar from the community and ultimately the council about this project was not about the height of the building. It was about the disruption of the natural grade for 2 reasons. The natural grade is about the continuity of the forest. It's about the desire of all structures in Carmel to be sensitive to their site and the naturalness of their site. But it's also a concern about a future sidewalk or connective tissue between Junipero and 8th, which has been sort of endangered by the current encroachment on the corner property. But if you look at I don't know if you can see the chat, there is 12.04050 in sidewalks in the commercial district requires that all sidewalks and walkways be constructed to the established grade, meaning the grade of the existing grade. There is a condition of the permits that are granted that says the permit may only allow cuts and fills in order for the owner to gain access to the property, but not to maximize the use of the property, just to get over the, so cuts and fills can only be for access, not for increasing the amount of parking or the amount of square footage or the amount of use of the project. Then it also says in 17.14.210, number F, parking design, you cannot, the parking garage height can be no higher than 5 feet above existing grade of the street, which it has 2 choices, but whichever measurement results in the lower height, which in this case would be the street. And then finally, 17.02.070, unlawful acts say it is unlawful to deviate from the official grade. And if a project does deviate and a sidewalk comes along in the future, which is fairly likely on this property, not privately funded anymore, but publicly funded at some point to complete the commercial sidewalk network, that private property owner must restore the grade without major alteration to the structures on private property at their own expense. And my fear here is seeing a driveway that cuts into the hillside will mean that garage will no longer be accessible when the sidewalk or pathway is put in at the correct grade that is required by the city, by the regulations. So something is not going to work about this project right now. I don't know if folks are aware that the original 2003 permit for this actually had it was a duplex in the sense that the corner fountain property, and when you were at the tour this afternoon, you would have seen a blank wall facing this sliver lot. That's because the 2 were to be attached. And maybe that's an area that could help find square footage for this owner because that was the original intent. In fact, the 2 properties were never meant to be developed separately. That was a sort of an abandonment of that permit. And as for the 3-story appearance, that's a 3-story building, I'm afraid. From the street, it's a 3-story building. The setback, you can't even have an appearance of a 3-story building in the commercial district or anywhere. So I would urge the Planning Commission to check out all these regulations, including the intention of them, both, and I'm just citing the law, I'm not citing the design guidelines. So thank you very much for helping this applicant move it along. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. There was another hand up. Oh, there's Ms. Bradner.
Yes, I just want to express a concern since I live in the neighborhood. I'm on Junipero north of 10th, and that area is very heavily used by the residents walking up and down the street, driving, and I haven't heard anything about safety considerations during construction, because in order to build that kind of a basement, there's going to need to be very large equipment brought in, and there's going to be disrupted to traffic and also to the people who use that on a daily basis to walk down to the beach. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Okay, I don't see that, so I'm going to allow the applicant to come back and make the rebuttal for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to clarify any misunderstanding there might be. A statement was just made that these homes, or the Fountain Home, was to be attached to this building. That has never, ever been the plan. That was not the plan that was before you and approved 6 years ago, and it has never been the plan ever. These were always separate, detached buildings. That is a complete fabrication. Secondly, the city council gave direction what they wanted to see here, which is the driveway coming out at the street grade, not going down to the garage, and that was a change we've made. The other sections have to do with the construction of a sidewalk, which the city council rejected unanimously on the north side of this street. So the comments of the first person were irrelevant to your consideration today and not accurate as it relates to the history of the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess that concludes the public comments. So I'm going to close the public comments, open up to the commissioners. Commissioner Dells, you want to begin, or?
I'll give it a try. I tend to be supportive of this. I clearly lack the deep and I'll just call it deep and long history on this project. Particularly related to the sidewalk, and I mean I've read about it in the paper over the years, but I don't really have all the working knowledge from them. Based on what I was just presented by staff, this project appears to check the right boxes from a zoning standpoint and from a design guideline standpoint. I think it's a clever use of space, especially for the parking. It sounds to me like the applicant is doing what they were asked to do by a previous city council in terms of how to locate the driveway. As to the three-story element, I happen to live in a house that from certain vantage points would appear to be a three-story house. But I know that it checks all the two-story boxes because there is no single point in the house where if you're standing in that point, there's only one story above you, not two. And some of that also applies to the 5-foot level, which essentially ends up being the equivalent of crawl spaces. So I understand staff's interpretation and analysis of the three-story question and accept the conclusions that staff have reached that technically this is not a three-story property. From a design standpoint, I think it's an improvement to the current situation. I normally wouldn't say that when we have a vacant lot going away, but this particular vacant lot just really looks like a vacant lot. In the RC district, and I think this structure will kind of fit that hole nicely. So I'm curious where my colleagues end up on this, but I think that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Commissioner Dells. Commissioner Bolton, make some comments.
Actually, I want to hear from Stephanie. because she has the history.
What's that?
I want to hear from Stephanie because she has history on this. I'm very curious if anything in her comments come forward from that.
Yeah, I understand. No. Commissioner Locke, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, well, okay, a couple things. I actually think that this is fine, and I'm going to agree with Commissioner Delp's comments. It is clearly very similar to the project that was approved previously that had to go through numerous hoops that couldn't get through the hoops. So I certainly understand that situation. When I looked at the project in the packet, and I hadn't really given the full thought to the history on the previous project, the thing that hit me was it's very similar to the fountain house on the corner of Junipero. And Victoria's comment about a 2003 approval of the first fountain house where they demoed a couple of apartments, I think there were 4 apartments on the property, and then built the existing house on the corner. This project as proposed looks very similar to it. And it did strike me today that the west-facing wall of that original house has no windows on it. So it was pretty clear to me that there was an intent that that property somehow was connected to the original one, which is where today when I look at it and I see a wood garage door, you've got arch details, iron details, tile roof, stone. Again, it's all very similar to what is there right now. And I don't have a problem with it. And Eric, I think, again, this is one of those projects that I think this fits nicely into the streetscape, and I'm supportive of it.
Okay, Commissioner Bolton, you want to
No, that was helpful. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything that I had missed, from not having the history with it. So I can support this project as presented to us. I'm very troubled by the 3-story appearance, but in this particular case, it was driven by multiple factors, not just the desire of the owners to make a bigger building or something. The city was intimately involved in that decision. Technically, it isn't 3 stories, and I get it, and that's fine. But I just feel like this is a 3-story building from the street. Now, that being said, all the adjacent buildings are as tall or taller. So it's not like we're building something that's going to loom over the other buildings. It's going to fit in actually very nicely. And if this were like a 1-story house or something, it would look out of place. It would look too small. So I think this is an appropriate use of this particular property, and especially given the bizarre history, I support what I have before me today. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Allen.
I don't have anything else to add.
Okay. I've been involved in this project from the very beginning. A couple of things which are pretty obvious about it. It's a really difficult site. And as was stated, the Planning Commission previously did approve a building there that had a lower garage and required retaining walls, which led to this whole issue about the right-of-way, which was never supported by the public. Too many trees removed. The amount of excavation that was going to be required was really just very problematic. And unfortunately, we kind of went down that rabbit hole. But I think what's here today has addressed all of that. It's a good design. It fits there. As staff said, the issue of height and stories has a lot to do with context. And in the context, as Commissioner Bolton pointed out, it fits in there. So I support this. I think staff has done a good job of reviewing a very difficult project. And I think the applicant has done a good job of addressing all the issues that have been presented to it all the time, even when there were issues which ultimately had no support. So having said that, we have a resolution, which I apologize, I don't have up here.
I can say I motion to adopt a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea approving design review DR 16-364 and associated use permits and coastal development permit for the construction of a mixed-use building on a vacant lot and associated site improvements located at 8th to Northwest Junipero in the residential and limited commercial district.
and the special
conditions.
Oh, special
the
conditions.
special conditions as stated,
As stated
which there are.
by staff.
I'll second.
Mr. Chair, I'm so
So
sorry.
comment? Staff have a comment?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
just looking at my colleague
Go
here
ahead.
to the side. We were going to mention, and you can certainly tell us no, or you can amend your motion if you like, but we were going to suggest that an additional condition of approval be placed on there, that the applicant prepare a construction management plan and deliver it to the Community Planning and Building Department prior to issuance of building permits. So we wouldn't have to bring it
Okay.
back here, but we would want to make sure that, we often share those conditions.
Wouldn't that
with
normally
the-
be required?
It's something that we've started to put on projects. It wasn't added to this one, but there was a comment
Okay,
made during the
right,
public, and we
the
think it
public.
might be appropriate.
Yeah.
We'd certainly want to check with the applicant who's here. We don't normally do it this way, but it was something that came up during the public comment, so we'd want to make sure they were okay
Okay,
with that.
we got a thumbs up back there, so
Okay.
that they're good with that. Okay,
So I
all right.
amend the motion to include that requirement.
Okay.
I also.
Cool. That's been seconded?
Second.
Okay, all right, we've had a motion made and seconded to accept the resolution as presented staff with the addition of one additional special condition that a construction management plan shall be submitted prior to submission for the building permit. Is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Okay. Next item on the public hearings tonight is a design study. This is DS 22-300, is the Hanson Project. As consideration of a associated coastal development permit for the demolition of existing 1,611 square foot, two-story, single-family residence, inclusive of a detached garage, and construction of a new 2,899 square foot, two-story, single-family residence, and 237 square foot detached garage, and a 347 square foot detached AD unit. It's on Dolores, 3 northwest of 13th Avenue. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is the Hanson project, and it sits on 8,000 square foot lot, and the existing house is about 1,600 square foot, and it's inclusive of a detached garage. And they're proposing to demolish all the structures on site and proposing an approximately 2,900 square foot house, and it does include a 337 square foot garage and an ADU, which is 347 square feet. There was a concept hearing on December 14th, and staff presented it, and the applicant has addressed all the recommendation and draft conditions. And two of the key ones are the garage at the front setback, and the applicant has shifted the garage back 3 feet, and now the proposed garage is about 5 feet 8 inches from the property line. And the other one was the wood-burning fireplace, and the applicant has proposed gas-burning fireplace as an alternative. Since I've written the staff report, the neighbor to the north has brought up some privacy issue, and there are two of them, and one of them it pertains to the neighbor feels that the second-story window on the west elevation will have a view impact into his second-story bedroom. And as you could see, this is the story pole, and the proposed second-story window would be the red dot, and the second-story bedroom window for the neighbors is actually east of the second-story window. So in staff opinions, there probably wouldn't be a view impact from the second-story west elevation window. The second concern the neighbor has is that this two-story structure will hinder the adequate solar access to the neighbor's bedroom. And our design guideline does state that design should preserve the right to reasonable solar access on the neighbor's parcel. And as you can see, the ridge height is about a little under 24 feet, and the plate height is 18 feet. However, the side yard setback is 6 feet 4 inches, where only 3 feet is required, and the rear yard setback is approximately 20, where only 15 feet is required. And there's a distance of 10 feet 4 inches between the two properties, and there's about an 18 feet 7 inches clearance from the ridge to of the proposed house to the neighbor's house. And the overlap between the two neighbors' houses is about 5 feet 6 inches. And the applicant also has provided with the solar study, and you could see that the window would be somewhere over here, and there's a little bit of solar access hindrance during the winter time, but most of the year there wouldn't be any. And so in staff's opinion, the solar access limitation would be minimal. And the Planning Commission can request further study or continue the project. In terms of the final detail and regarding to roof material, during the concept, the applicant has proposed slate shingle in charcoal gray, and for the final, they have proposed asphalt shingle roof in shadow gray. For windows and doors, they're proposing steel windows with true divided light throughout, and it will be in pewter finish. And the exterior doors will be steel and glass, and the front door and the garage would be made of wood, and the front door would be blue color, and the garage would be of a dark gray color. The exterior lights, they're proposing 16 throughout, and it is in coastal bronze color, and it would be shaded and downlight fixtures, and they're proposing about 375 lumen output, and it is dark sky compliant. And in regarding to fence, there's a 4-foot high reclaimed natural wood grape stake fence in the front elevation, and a 6-foot high timber fence along the northwest and south elevation. In terms of landscaping, the City Forester has approved the landscape plan, and the applicant is proposing 1 upper canopy tree and 13 lower canopy trees. And in terms of the finished material for the building, during concept, the applicant proposed limestone cladding throughout, but now they're proposing only white limestone cladding only on the elevation that is visible from the street, which would be the east elevation and the front portion of the south elevation. And so the west elevation as well as the north elevation, it would be an eggshell white stucco in Santa Barbara finish. And our design guideline 9.10 states the use of stone on all exterior building element is encouraged. However, the use of stone only on one elevation, street for example, is discouraged. And 9.4 states architectural detail should appear to be authentic, integral element of the overall building design concept. And when design details and surface materials are selected, they should be used throughout the full exterior of the building to maintain consistency. And in staff opinion, the applying of the limestone cladding only on the visible facade does not meet the guidelines intent. Hence, special condition 33 requires the limestone cladding be used throughout the 4 sides of the building to maintain consistency and not as a design treatment only for the visible facade. The staff recommends the approval of the final design study and associated coastal development permit. And this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it.
Are there any questions for staff from the commission? None? Commissioner Delves, any questions?
No, thank you, Michael, no.
So, Surrey, you want to go back to that termination point for those on the limestone? I want to just get that clear in my mind here. So basically, the applicant is proposing to terminate that at an outside corner?
At the edge, yeah.
Just in those 2 locations?
On the 2 locations, as well as if you, on the front portion, it just ends, it's only clad in the front part.
So, okay.
On the south
Where-
elevation.
I was just wondering where they're going to terminate it on the east elevation on the left side there. They terminate. Are they proposing to do the fireplace in the limestone? What are they doing there?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, maybe I can get that clarified from the designer. Okay, all right. Any other questions for staff? Thank you. Okay, would the applicant like to come forward and make their presentation?
Thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off, Commissioner Page.
Not at all. Not at all.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for the presentation. After consideration of these comments and talking with the owner, we've decided that we'd like to propose all stone. So that's why I thought I would just. We think it's a better design with it all stone, and I think you probably agree. So that's it. Thanks for the shadow analysis. We feel like right out of the gate, we did several measures that we thought addressed the neighbor's solar access by pulling the building a little further than's required. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any members of the, oh, you have a question?
Sorry, I do have a question.
Let's
Would you
come
be
back
willing
up.
to do a opaque or obscured glass in that second story window to alleviate the concerns of the neighbor?
I would probably want to check with the owner. It does have, we were upstairs earlier today, and it does have a nice view over the tree canopy.
That was the
gets
question,
used.
if there was
Yeah.
some kind of view you were trying to catch with that, if it was just
Yeah.
simply a light window.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
There will be a fixed screen on it, so I think the possibility of someone swinging the doors or the windows open and looking out is very slim.
No, sure, often it's just very convenient for the proposed architect to just make it go away with this,
Yeah.
opaque window.
No.
But if that's not the case in this one, that's fine, understood.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, at this time, any members from the public can come forward and make any comments regarding this application?
I'm Mary Ellen McCormick. I'm a neighbor 2 houses south of 13th on Dolores, and I have a question about the fence. I didn't know what the height is of the fence and how the fence is, what it's made out of, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to go to the site today at that time.
The fence is going to be at the front elevation. It's going to be a grape stake fence, and it would be 4 feet tall, which is what the code allows. And on the northwest and the south elevation, it's going to be a 6-foot wood fence, and that's the code allows up to 6 feet.
And is there any, are the stakes, do they have spaces between them?
They do. They have. I don't know the exact measurement, but they do have white spacing.
We were sorry to see the fence on the house, which is on the corner of San Carlos and 13th. We feel that that fence isn't in keeping with the natural beauty of the area, and I'm concerned about that.
Thank you. I see David O'Neill has his hands up. David, you want to address the commission?
Hi, thank you for your service, and thanks for everybody being here tonight. I appreciate it. And I just wanted to say that, as a neighbor, and I've talked to a lot of the neighbors around this project, that we're all, sad that the house wasn't just going to be restored. But I think that they have done a wonderful job of recreating the inspiration of that home, of using the land really well. And I think using all the stone is really a very high quality that they're choosing to do with the slate as well. As far as I can see, the only point I have on here is the stonework looks really, really white on the materials that we see, digitally. And I just ask that you take a look at that and make sure that it's not too bright so that it doesn't look strange in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. I think we have, do we have a sample, sorry? Can you get that? Thank you. All right. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the planning commission? I don't see anybody out here in the audience. I don't see any hands going up. So I'm going to close the public comments and open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Bolton, you want to start off?
Yeah, I'm still very pleased with this project. I liked it in the first round. I was very disappointed to see the stone not being carried around. And I was going to say something to the effect of, put the stone everywhere. So you beat me to it, so thank you very much for that. I don't see a real issue with solar access. I mean, there will be a small impact at the very extremes of the solar access, but I don't find that it's anything that we need to act on. The second story window, I believe it's offset enough that it doesn't really present a true privacy issue. If it was directly across, it might be an issue, but it's offset and you'd have to really try to see into your neighbors, and I trust you won't try that hard. The question about the opaque thing was just try and get it to go away 100%. But if there's a view, I understand why you'd want that window, and it would make sense there might be a view in that location. So I can support the location of that window without alteration. I saw the stone in the field. It is a little white. I'm fairly convinced that when you have it installed, if you install it properly, you'll have enough movement in the stone that it's not going to just look like a monolithic white house. That was the big problem with doing this instead in plaster. You just have this big white solid wall, and even if you put movement in the plaster, it's not the same thing. And so this house being all stone will have a great deal different effect, even if it were to be exactly the same color as plaster, assuming the lay is proper. So I can support the stone as it is now, in the color it is, but I would still prefer always more rich, more earth tone colors, just in general. And the last comment is about the roof. I really like the slate. I understand that there's lots of reasons why you might switch from slate, but that's it, just a comment. And I support it otherwise, and I think the staff did a great job. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Locke, you want to make your comments?
I appreciate comments of Commissioner Bolton. And just two comments. I support this project. I think it's really nice. I was not here when it came the first time to the commission, the one meeting I missed last year, thanks to COVID. But I do want to comment on the comments made by the public. One was about fences, and I made a comment in the field today about how you can go down one block and pretty much every house in that block will have fencing in front of it. And you go down another block and there are no fences. And so, I hope everybody those people who are designing houses to come before us, think about creative ways to open themselves up instead of closing themselves down, where it becomes, I guess, less neighborly when you have tight fences and you have fences in front of every house. And the other comment I had is, this is one of 3 applications I think we're going to look at tonight that are for white houses with gray roofs. And boy, I would like to see some other colors coming through and some variety. And it does bother me, and I really would like to see some variances in the colors coming through. So, but I'm supportive of this project.
Commissioner Allen, your comments?
Was well said, Commissioner Locke. I totally agree. I feel like there are times where we don't see a lot of creativeness. We don't see a lot of unique designs coming through to look at. I was overjoyed to see this project with the stone, with the slate, that traditional, just high quality uniqueness that I wish we saw more of. And again, with the color, I think I mentioned it last time, wish that maybe it could be not white. But I am supportive of this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Allen. Commissioner Dels, your comments, please.
I agree with my colleagues. I really love this project. Yeah, the only thing I would add on the color is in December, I was starting to go down the path of saying, could we do something other than white? The white and black thing seems trendy. And, when I went back and walked by it again, I realized, well, I think I'm being absurd because the existing house is white. So clearly a house that has been white and black for at least 60 years and probably 80 is not exactly on trend by staying with the colors that it has. And I agree with Commissioner Bolton on his views on the stone and the motion in the stone. And I think it's just going to be a beautiful home. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dales. I had a question, maybe staff can, are they going to set this tight joint, or are they going to put grout in the stone? Or do you know, or maybe the applicant can come up real quick and just answer that question?
What was the question?
Well, the stone, it's the sample you gave us cut. Are you going to set it tight, or is it going to have grout joints?
It's going to be set tight.
Tight, okay, all right.
And it's
Okay.
varying lengths and varying heights. So there will be a lot of movement in the
So there's going to be
stone.
varying sizes, it's not just one uniform
That's right.
size?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it
Great.
varies in length and width. So.
Yeah, we won't want a wallpaper effect with the lay, because if you put the lay in wrong, you're going to end up with this repeat, and that's critical.
That's
so, yeah, obviously.
And we'll do true corners, so
Good.
you won't see a seam at the outside corners. So.
Okay,
Perfect.
all right, thank you. Yeah, the other thing I noticed about the stone is it's got a lot of texture, so there's a lot of shadow. So I'm if it was a cut stone on the face, I think this issue of the color would be more relevant. But I think the fact that it's got this heavy texture, it's gonna look different all different times of day. So I think that will address the concerns. Really, it's been the big concern about this project. Other than that, it's a beautifully designed project. The fence in the front is going to be recycled wood, open design. That really fits in with Carmel's character. And the thing that Commissioner Locke was bringing up, what we're trying to do is we don't want fenced-off community. That's not the character of Carmel. If you want that, go to Pebble Beach or some other community. Here, we've got more casual, open, typically smaller piece of property. This is a larger piece of property, but it's got beautiful landscaping that's going to be there, which is going to really just set this off beautifully. So, yeah, I'm very supportive of this. We have a resolution, which basically addresses the limestone cladding, and the applicant's already agreed to put that around the structure, so that particular special condition, so it can be left, I guess, because it's basically just designating that it's going to be there. We got the lights, the gutter material. We're discouraging copper because it is a pollutant, and we are obviously very close to the ocean. Everything that goes off your property runs straight downhill to the ocean, so it's very critical that we are not putting surface pollutants into our ocean here. So that's why we're discouraging and not allowing copper. Got the right-of-way encroachments. So would somebody like to make one of the commissioners want to make a motion for this resolution?
I'll move to approve this motion, or this resolution, as per staff.
Okay. Second?
I'll second that one.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to approve the resolution as presented by staff. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Working right through the public hearings tonight. We're doing pretty well.
Chair LePage, I need to step
Oh, you have
out
to
for
recuse
this next
yourself from
one.
this? Okay. Commissioner Allen has to recuse herself from the next application because she lives within 300 feet of the project. So the next item on the public hearings tonight is a design study, DS22- oh, we just did that, excuse me. Moving on. It's another design study. It's a DS22-298. This is the Benjamin project. This consideration of a Track 2 combined concept and final design study, associated coastal development permit for the construction of a 580 square foot single-story rear addition located on Santa Rita 5 northwest of 4th Avenue. Can I have staff report, please?
Good evening. I'll be talking about the Benjamin project. The location is Santa Rita Street, 5 northwest of 4th Avenue. As you can see from the street, you cannot see the existing home due to a grade change. The neighbors to the south and north are pictured here. Here is the existing residence. Again, not visible from the street. It's a one-story cottage, 722 square feet. This is the north elevation here. The window you see in the photo is proposed to be infilled. This is the rear west elevation. A 580 square foot, one-story rear addition is proposed to be attached to this rear elevation. So it's a 4,000 square foot lot. As I mentioned, the existing home is 722 square feet, and the proposed addition is 580. There are additional project components. The applicant is proposing installing skylights, and we will be discussing that later in the presentation. There's also going to be some site coverage changes, the dedication of a 200 square foot parking pad located on the existing driveway, and some proposed privacy plantings. The forester determined that the site has 6 significant trees, 2 coast redwood, 1 very large in the front yard, 3 coast live oak, and 1 Monterey pine. The forester determined that no new trees are recommended, and the project does not propose removing any trees. Taking a look at the addition, there are no view impacts because of the one-story height. There is a minimal increase in privacy impacts. The addition will sit slightly below the existing ridge height. Again, it maintains the single-story form of the existing house, and the windows proposed for the addition are standard sized. Here we have a picture of the west elevation looking west. So there's going to be 3 proposed windows, and you're just looking at the existing fence, which is proposed to be retained. There are no fence changes in this project, and it's just a one-story neighboring structure there. Now looking at privacy and views from the north elevation, there is a neighbor to the north. The home with the blue trimmed windows. There are several fenestration openings. However, the Banjanin property already has openings looking north, that window there, which is proposed to be infilled. And the proposed project will have a three openings looking north. So we'll have a kitchen window that already exists. We'll have French doors looking directly north, and then French doors looking kind of northeast. And the proposed project does include privacy plantings. And then looking at the south elevation, there are an existing window to be retained, another existing window proposed to be slightly enlarged, and then a new bathroom window, the smallest there. And then the addition will have 3 new windows. The photos on the bottom there show the fence between the subject property and the south neighbor. The third photo here shows that there are no windows on the neighbor's kind of rear portion of their home. So staff feels there's not a privacy impact there. Looking at mass and bulk, the proposed addition, as I said, maintains the single-story form, will be either not visible or very minimally visible from the right-of-way. This large photo shows if you're standing on a certain portion of the street, you'll be able to see the addition here, but it's pretty hidden. Looking at the roof form, the addition will just continue the existing roof form and will kind of mirror it, maintaining the roof pitch. Right now, the home has no skylights, and the applicant did propose putting a skylight looking east, so that would be on the front elevation. They also propose several skylights at the rear portion of the home. However, just this week, we received a revised skylight proposal. So they would like to do 4 skylights down from the original 9 that they were proposing. And none of them will be visible from the street. And we're going to come back to this at the end of the presentation to discuss a condition of approval. We'll come back to this. And staff had recommended that the front skylight be eliminated and the other skylights reduced, because the design guidelines express that they should really only be appropriate when interior spaces don't have access to exterior windows. And many of the spaces did indeed have access to windows. So that is the reason why staff was recommending less skylights. For finished details, the applicant is proposing simply maintaining what's in place now: horizontal wood siding, a composite shingle roof. They'll be matching the existing color of the home and the window trim. Right now the home has wood windows, and they're proposing aluminum clad wood windows. Site coverage, they're currently non-conforming. They have a carport type structure. They have some brick paving in the back. They have a detached tool shed. All of that will be demolished. However, they are still over on site coverage because of their asphalt driveway, and staff will work with the applicant to decrease the site coverage as the code says. Either 396, or if they qualify for the permeable bonus, 556 square feet of site coverage. I should mention the proposed project includes a deck. So that's a part of the proposed new site coverage, as well as a trash pad. For lighting, there's one existing light at the front door that will be staying, and there's 2 proposed lights at the new north elevation. There's one set of French doors you see here in this view, and there's another set of doors right here to the west of those doors. So 1 light per door entry. Staff was supportive of. The light fixture is compliant. No issues there. The forester has looked at the landscaping plan and supports these locations and a shrub from the approved shrub species list. So staff is recommending approval of this project with just a few special conditions, one being reducing the site coverage to be compliant. Likely this will involve removing some asphalt from the driveway and or converting it to tire track style pavers. The proposed addition will match the existing asphalt shingle roof. However, the plans do show a little portion of roof here. The interior space is called the Galleria, and the applicant was proposing a mineral cap sheet or membrane roof, and staff feels an asphalt shingle roof to match the rest of the home would be most appropriate. A volume study has not yet been conducted, so that is another special condition of approval. And then lastly, the issue of the skylights, which I touched on. Staff had recommended going down from 9 to 3 skylights. And just this week, we've received a revised skylight plan. So the little squares in green are where staff felt skylights would be appropriate. And the applicant has proposed 4. So they've taken out this one here, but they'd like to keep this one, this one, this one, and this one. They've removed this east-facing street-visible skylight, so that's gone. And we'll hear from the applicant tonight. This space here is the kitchen, and I have a floor plan here. So kitchen, this is an existing window that will be infilled. They do have 1 window here. The Galleria, the applicant would like to keep a skylight here on the Galleria. This is a French door with 2 full height side lights next to it. The laundry room does not have a window. And back here, we have a window on the west elevation, but we felt 1 west-facing skylight would still be appropriate. So with that, the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution approving a combined concept and final design study for a 580 square foot addition to an existing 722 square foot single-family residence and establishment of a 200 square foot dedicated parking pad and associated site improvements on Santa Rita Street, 5 northwest of 4th Avenue. I'm available for questions, and the property owner and architect are here this evening. I should also say we've not received any correspondence from neighbors.
Okay, are there questions for staff from the commissioners? Commissioner Dells, any questions? Guess not. Okay, thank you so much. All right, would the applicant like to come forward and make their presentation?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Brian Congleton, architect for R.C. Benjamin and Tara Little Benjamin, the owners of the property. My comments are going to be very brief tonight. First, to say that I pushed hard with Catherine to go through a number of little elements that needed resolving on this house, and she responded very well and did a wonderful job. Got Public Works and the forester to deal with some issues that we had, did a stellar job, and I want to thank her for doing that. That was great. The good news I want to tell you is that A, the house isn't 3-story, and 2, the house isn't white. So there you are, and with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Questions for Brian? No questions? All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Congleton.
Thank you very much.
All right. Are there members of the public that would like to make comments regarding this application? See a couple of hands up here online. Cindy, would you like to go first?
Certainly, thank you very much. Mayor LePage, members of the commission, my name is Cindy Lloyd. I want to thank Brian for one startling fact. It is not a white house. I've seen so many white houses coming into Carmel with black trim, and they stick out like sore thumbs. I know I'm an old lady, and I may have some old values, but I still think white houses could be modulated to look like they fit more appropriately into the Carmel setting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Mr. O'Neill, would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think a lot of us, that live around really appreciate how modest this addition is and how it's great to use the home that already existed there in its style and just expand upon it in ways that doesn't really affect the neighbors and stuff, as evidenced by not having a lot of comments from the neighbors. So thank you so much. It's a beautiful, beautiful addition.
Thank you for your comments, David. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Okay, I don't see anybody stepping up. I don't see any hands going up. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing, open it up to the commission for their discussion. So, Commissioner Bolton, you seem like you're ready to go.
Yeah, why not? I don't have a lot to say on this one. I think it's great. Staff did a very good job. Totally agree with that roof section needing to be the same material. No question. 4 skylights, I don't have a problem with. So I'll leave it up to you guys.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Locke.
I won't add very much except to say thank you, Brian, for not having another White House with a gray. No, that was not lost on me at all. No, I think this is a nice project. I would like to see automatic shades on the skylights, and I think in general that should always be the recommendation for conditions of approval. And so, but other than that, I think it's a nice project.
And you're okay with the 4?
And I am okay with 4.
Okay, all right. Okay, Commissioner Dells. From
Ditto.
wherever you are.
Okay. Yes. I'm back, right? Sorry. I'm kind of working with a delay here. I'm sorry. I have nothing to add. Ready to approve, and I also agree with the 4 skylights. I think the important one is to get rid of the ones that are most visible from the street. Beyond that, the fact that a room already has access to natural light is interesting, but if someone wants more natural light through a skylight, I think almost always going to be supportive of it, and as Commissioner Locke has suggested, especially with the shade. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dells.
I'm just going to insert quickly, it's on the plans that shades will be included.
Okay.
Automatic shades.
Automatic. Okay, well, I'll check that.
Okay. Okay,
We can, if, if the commission feels more comfortable, so it is on the plans, like Ms. Wallace said, so, the approved plans are the approved plans, but if the commission feels more comfortable with including it also as a condition of approval, we can do that. So we'll just take direction from you all.
okay, so the resolution as presented by staff regarding skylights is limited to 3, and it sounds like the commission is okay with the 4 as per the applicant, and would like additional language to state that there should be automatic shades. So those would be light actuated shades, is that correct? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and make the motion that we accept the resolution as presented by staff, which the changes to condition number 33 that we have allow 4 skylights as the locations as per the applicant, and that they have light actuated night shades. Pardon?
The roofing portion. It's in the standard.
Oh, the roofing
It's in the special conditions, isn't it?
The roofing materials.
Yes, it's in there.
Yeah,
Yeah, is it in here? We've got the asphalt, is that correct?
that covers it.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any more discussion?
No, it's good.
Hearing none, roll call.
Commissioner Bolton?
Yes.
Commissioner Delbs?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. I'm gonna have call a 10-minute recess at this time, so we will reconvene at 6, let's just make it 6:25. 6:25, okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you, Brian. Shall we reconvene? No, we can't. Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting at this time. Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton?
Here.
Commissioner Delbs?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Chair LePage?
Here. Okay, the next item on the public hearings tonight is a design study. This is DS 22-274, the Cruise application. It's for the remodel and addition of a 772 square foot single-story addition to an existing 1,029 square foot single-story, single-family residence located on Monteverde Street, 3 Northwest, 11th Avenue in the R1 district. We have a staff report.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
This
you.
is the concept study for the cruise project. And the project sits on a 4,000 square foot lot, and the existing house is about 1,000 square feet, and it does have a 47 square foot shed. And there are no existing parking structure, and the applicant is proposing about 1,800 square foot house, and they will be demolishing 212 square foot in the front in order to put a 200 square foot detached garage, and also 772 square foot addition in the rear. In terms of the forest character, according to the city forester, there are 8 lower canopy trees and 6 significant. All of them are coastal live oak, and 2 non-significant trees. One is a Norfolk Island pine, and the other one is unknown to the city forester, and both are slated to be removed. The city forester recommends 3 upper canopy trees, and the applicant is proposing 3 Monterey pine trees, and they're both upper canopy trees. In the city forester's report, the project complies with the critical zone, the 6-foot critical zone. However, the foundation on the proposed addition encroaches into the structural zone. And as you could see on the diagram, that tree number 1 has a structural root zone of 15 feet, and tree number 6 has a 10.5 feet. And staff did not address this in the staff report. And draft condition number 6 states that the applicant shall have the proposed foundation, the structural root zone approved by the city forester prior to the final. And the condition project is consistent with the design guideline pertaining to forest character. In terms of privacy and view, the applicant is proposing a 30 square foot deck in the rear west elevation, and it has minimal potential privacy issue. The setback is about 24 feet from the west property line, and 4 feet 7 inches from the deck to the side wall of the north neighbor's house. And the north neighbor's house, there are no windows on that particular side, and there's a 6 foot from the grade to the floor deck. And however, the neighbor to the northwest of the project has concerns about the balcony and view impact into the rear yard as well as their bedroom window. And the neighbor to the north has concern, also received concern from them after the staff report was written. And the neighbor has concerns about the 2 primary bedroom windows looking down into the living area. And the project's architect is willing to change the windows and either make them opaque or change the style. But there is staff is recommending a draft condition, and that states that the applicant shall make the window opaque or change the location and size before the final hearing. In terms of mass and bulk, the 772 square foot addition will not substantially change the mass and bulk because the topography slopes down 6 feet, and the addition retains the single story element, and it does step down with the topography, and it is compatible with the site and adjacent properties. There is a height issue, and our code states that the height is measured vertical distance which is the more restrictive. And the applicant has given the plate height as 27 and the elevation point as 14, so it's actually the plate height is 13 feet and the maximum allowed is 12. So draft condition number 2 requires the applicant to reduce the plate height to comply with the maximum allowed plate height of 12 feet. In terms of building a roof form, they're proposing an asphalt shingle roof, and a gable roof form, and it has a 6 and 12 pitch throughout, except for the 5 and 12 over the living room and the dining room on the southern elevation, and the project meets the design guideline objective for building and roof form. The parking access, the existing property does not contain any parking structure, so the applicant is proposing a 200 square foot detached garage, and it is under the 15-foot maximum allowed. As the illustrated on the plans, the garage does seem to be in scale with the house and the neighborhood. However, the garage is only has 2 inches setback from the property line, and that may might loom over the primary structure, especially seen from the street level. And the design guideline 6.1 and 6.7 encourages subordinate parking facilities, and the proposed garage may not be subordinate to the primary house. And also, due to the 2-inch setback, there's only about 8-inch distance from the face of the garage to the edge of the asphalt, and the limited space may be hazard when backing from the garage, as it may not allow for a clear view of oncoming traffic. And also, additionally, the garage proximity to the front property line may impede free and safe movement for the pedestrians in the right-of-way. And also, the project is located only 2 blocks south of the Golden Bar Playhouse, and during operational hours, the playhouse, operation of the playhouse, the street may see heavy traffic. And there is about an 8-foot clearance between the garage and the face of the primary structure, so there's enough room. So the draft condition number 4 states that the applicant shall shift the garage back by at least 4 feet. And in terms of site coverage, the project site is allowed up to 556 square feet of site coverage if 50% or more is permeable. And the applicant is proposing 332 square feet to be permeable site coverage, which is about 83%. So the project will be consistent with the code regarding site coverage. In terms of exterior lights, they're only proposing one type of exterior light fixtures, and it's the Franklin ironwork, and it's in black, and it is shielded and directed down, and they're proposing a 250 lumen output, and the project is consistent with the code regarding lighting. In terms of fence, they're proposing a 4-foot high redwood grape stake fence, and for the northwest and south elevation, a 6-foot high redwood fence. In terms of finished details, it is going to be stucco siding in winter work color, and they're proposing asphalt shingle, and it's going to be a certainty residential, and aluminum clad windows with divided light and sandstone stone veneer. And the staff recommends the adoption of the resolution, accepting the concept design study with condition, as well as condition number 6 as in condition number 7. And this concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, are there questions for staff from the commissioners? Okay. Commissioner Delves, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, would the applicant like to come forward and make their presentation to the commission?
Good afternoon. I'm Claudio Ortiz. I'm representing Reno and Margie Cruz on this project. Thank you for the presentation and explaining the project. I don't want to get into a lot of details on the design, but mainly to just talk about that we had a lot of difficulties coming up with a garage and accommodating one. Ultimately, we came up with this concept that is in front of you today. I submitted some documentation earlier today addressing the design and also addressing some issues that were brought up to me last minute. One of them being the solar axis, and I think I submitted some documentation to demonstrate that there's not going to be an issue with solar light and to the neighboring property. I was not aware of the issues with privacy, although after meeting with a neighbor and seeing the concerns, we definitely want to address those issues with the windows to the north of the property. We would like to talk to the neighbor. I gave him my card so they can give me a call, and we can either modify the windows or make them obscure, but we will definitely work with them on that situation. I believe there was another issue with a privacy from the balcony, but my understanding is that there's no real issue at that point. The distance between the building and the property line is about 27 feet, and probably another 15 feet beyond that to the property to the northwest. So it's over 40 feet in distance. If there is an issue, we can definitely plant some shrubs or bushes or trees or of that nature if we need to, but I don't think there's an issue with privacy from that perspective. The one issue the one item that I want to bring up and talk about is the garage. I know staff is recommending moving it back 4 feet, and some of the issues were views and so on, and I understand that. However, we're willing to move the garage back, and I think if we can come to a medium, will be ideal for both the neighbor and this property. This property again lacks the accessibility, the ability to have a parking space. We do have some room to move it back a little bit, but we also don't want to push it back too far into the property because there's a rear door that you would exit that garage from, and if you push it too far back, it will actually impede the access into the porch. So I'm willing to meet staff halfway on that concept, but going beyond that, it will be a constraint for accessibility from the garage into the porch. There's a reason why we put that door in the back is to have a quick access into a covered space, which is a nice amenity to have on any home. So we wanted to also enjoy that ability, but I think the other issue brought up with views and access, this is not any different than, for example, parking on a supermarket and having a Suburban on your side, and you got to pull out, and you just do it carefully. These streets are wider than a typical parking lot, so I don't see any constraints by putting the garage there. In fact, this has been done many times with the city of Carmel, and if we're willing to push it back another foot or two beyond what we already have, I think we are providing adequate visibility for the neighbor as they pull out. I believe those were the main issues. There was an issue with the plate height. I think I submitted plans to you to planning addressing that concern with a 12-foot plate height. So I think we addressed most of the issues, and if there's anything that you have specific questions on, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Questions for Claudio?
Just if you could quantify the distance on the plans right now between the back of the garage and the front of the house. I understand it kind of jogs right there.
Right.
So what's the worst case scenario right now? Like what's the tight, like in other words, you show a 12'5" distance between the main wall of the house and the garage. That's plenty of room to shove the garage back, but if you shove the garage back, you end up hitting a corner of the house that actually projects farther.
Right.
And so what I'm asking you is, we need to maintain a path through there, right? In order for you to even have this at all, unless you're gonna attach the garage. And so what is right now the distance right in that weird little corner area? And
well, per the
doesn't look
floor
very
plan
far.
here, the back of the garage to the first jog, we're looking at 7 feet, 8 feet 4 inches.
Okay.
Right. And but if you look at the corner of the garage and my column there, there is room. Like I said, there is room to push it back. But if I start pushing it back too far back, like I suggested per staff 4 feet, the issue will be opening the door and going around and getting to the corner of the building. I don't mind moving the garage, but I also think that the concern staff brought that it would be an issue for the neighboring property. I mean, unless we can do further studies or staff can provide some further studies on that, I don't see the concern of the neighbor pulling out and having an issue. And that street is plenty wide. It's also a situation that is existing on our side of the property to the south. We have a similar condition where we have a garage in the same situation. And in fact, I've done garages as such on Junipero, which is a much higher traffic travel street, and there were no concerns and issues with that. So there's plenty of evidence through the past that proposing a garage in that manner should not have an issue. But again, given the nature that this was brought up and the fact that we do have some room, I think it will be a fair trade to meet staff halfway on this situation.
No, that's great. I just was curious if you had that information. It looks like you already got basically as small a garage as you can do. It's already 10 by 20.
It is.
So you can't really shrink the garage itself much.
Actually, we submitted a different garage, and I don't want to bring this up, but we wanted to get a variance. We designed the garage inside the structure, and we wanted to get a variance, but planning did not approve it because it didn't meet the criteria,
Sure.
the dimensions. So, yeah. So.
Okay, that's great. No, thank you very much. That's perfect.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Okay, are there members of the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Please come forward.
My name is Ulrich Pilz. My wife is with me. We are the owners of the house. We are full-time residents of Carmel, and we live on the south side. The north side, I'm sorry, it's the north side. So, I really object to the design the way it is. It doesn't make a lot of sense to us. I think there are several important parts. You talked about the garage. Let's just tackle that right away. I think I see no reason why the garage could not be on the other side. Namely, we talked to the neighbor, his name is, well, anyway, it doesn't matter, to the south side, and he says he has no objection the garage could be positioned there because he has a carport there, and there would be no issue from his perspective. That would be an important part for us because we have some very nice bushes, and there would be little light, and so the planting would be affected by that. And also another part is that you mentioned to put the likely traffic volume that may be from the playhouse as soon as it opens. But also on this street, people drive very rapidly, very fast. And so there's a danger that people will get hurt. So I think this is an issue that you should consider. The privacy issue is a big issue because our living area faces directly their bedroom area. We live there basically in, on the terrace, inside the house on the terrace. We have wide windows to the house, so we would see these bedroom windows. Importantly, we don't want to look at them either. So we don't want to look into some other people's windows, bedroom windows, that is. The increased shade, I think the roof line was raised significantly and modified. And it would be great to see to what extent actually light would be impacted for our living area and the terrace. We have mature trees there, wonderful bushes. As soon as the light would be diminished significantly, they will be not very healthy over time. So, so that is these are several big issues.
Okay, could you conclude your comments? Your 3 minutes are expired. Could you summarize your comments, because your 3 minutes are up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there is a live oak in the. It's actually the best oak in the neighborhood. As we can see, it is very tall, and about 200 feet, most likely span. And so I would like to question the forester's decision. I think you may want to call in an expert to really evaluate this, because we have also experienced in the past a tree that was adjacent to in our property. The fence was installed, and people claimed they didn't cut roots. And shortly thereafter, the tree fell on our house. So we are concerned about this, also for the neighborhood, not only for us.
Okay.
So that's
Thank
my
you.
comment.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the Planning Commission regarding this application? Okay, I don't see any hands going up online. I'm going to close the public comments.
Hey,
Oh,
Mike?
we got somebody. Oh, Cindy again?
Gosh, I know.
Where are you? I can't see you. Oh, there you are.
I know, it doesn't seem to work very well.
I don't see your
So,
hand.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
It just wasn't up. That's okay.
Very sorry.
Okay. Chairman LePage, members of the commission, my name is Cindy Lloyd. Looking at the plans as presented, it seems as though the color of the exterior of the house is very light. And I just want to register once more that it would be nice if the exterior colors of the houses could vary so that they're not all light, white, cream, mist, and variations on the theme. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay. Guess I better take a better survey here of the screen before I close it down. I don't see any other hands at this time. Nobody else stepping up. So we'll close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments.
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment just coming out of that on the
absolutely.
staff level? I just want to speak a little bit about the garage and the parking. Saray did a great job in his staff report, and I just want to remind the commission that for the garages and the front setbacks, there are actually specific findings that have to be made. I'm sure it wasn't Mr. Ortiz's intention, but the whole safety thing is not a negotiation with staff. It's not like we're trying to do something that we want to get. It's one of the findings that has to be made. And Saray laid out in his staff report that with the garage where it was proposed, it was only 9.5 feet basically off of the edge of the pavement, which we felt wasn't safe. So that's where we were coming from on that. And you have all heard me say more than once that just because something was approved in the past, that's not a reason to do it again. So I just wanted to, throw a little support behind Saray's staff report and his rationale. It's not necessarily a negotiation for us trying to get something we want. We feel like that's how we would meet the findings required for garages in the front setback.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so we will move on to the comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Delves, do you want to begin, or? You want, okay, there you go.
Actually, Michael, I'd rather not, just because I did a self-tour of these properties, and this one in particular, I didn't feel comfortable going into the backyard, and I think that's where the biggest
Okay,
impact.
that's fine.
So,
All right, we'll hold off on your comments.
thanks.
Commissioner Bolton.
Why not? First, I'll just start with the window. They definitely are an impact to the neighbors to the north. We need opaque windows or remove the windows or something, because the windows look directly at the neighbor's house, right into their courtyard. As they've stated, they spend a lot of time there, and that needs to change. I don't think there's any objection from the architect on that point, so I think that's an easy one, but that definitely has to happen because there's definitely an impact. Staying with the theme of privacy impacts, I don't find any privacy impact for the deck. Although I absolutely also appreciate the architect's willingness to potentially work with the neighbors on that corner property to screen if they find there is actually an impact. But I think it's far enough away, and there's a bunch of stuff, including a big oak tree in between the properties. So I don't think it's a very large impact to the neighbors' privacy on that count. Otherwise, I just agree with Saray. I think he did an excellent job on this. The plate height needs to come down, the garage needs to move back or be relocated entirely. It doesn't meet the findings that are necessary. And then lastly is the colors. This design lends itself very well to not being white. I like the half timbering. It's a very nice looking elevation to the street. But we've got white stone and white plaster essentially. So we need to have, I don't know, Carmel stone, which has earth tones in it or something to that effect. And then we need to have a body color that also reflects those same colors somehow, in my opinion. I don't support it in the white color. I don't have a great solution for this garage issue. I see it as an issue, but I also agree with staff. So I think it needs to move. And that's it for now. I might have something at the end.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Allen, would you like to make your comments?
Sure. So one quick question, was there actually a solar study done?
Claudia did send me one this morning. I wasn't able to include it in the presentation of the staff report.
Okay. So I know that there were concerns from the neighbors around the solar, so I would like to kind of get an idea as to what the impact would be there. I agree. I am concerned about the privacy from the primary bedroom and also the neighbor's terrace area. And then I just want to comment that I'm super sad to see the fireplace go, because I really did think that was beautiful. So that kind of breaks my heart. Again, color options, the exact same that we've seen on almost every single other project I've ever looked at. And then I am concerned about the tree. So I would like some reassurance that the tree will be protected. And then I believe my last comment would be around the garage. It has to move.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Locke.
I'll be brief. I just want to comment that we did go inside the house and look at what the potential balcony impacts would be to that northwest neighbor. You could not see anything into their property, and that was probably higher than what the deck height will be. So I just want to reiterate there should be no impact on that view. But other than that, I agree with everybody's comments. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Delves?
I have nothing to add. Two of my colleagues said the garage needs to move. I'm assuming that means per Surrey's suggestion of moving it back 4 feet. And assuming that's what we're saying, I would agree with that as well.
Thank you. Surrey, so the applicant is proposing 2 feet. What's your opinion about that? Does that meet the finding for safety? Or is your 4 foot, would you consider meets the finding?
Well, there is a 8 foot 4 inches clearance between the edge of the garage and the first outing on the primary house, and it's a concern not only for the neighbor but also the people who are going to be resident when they're backing out of the garage. So I think safe would be to have at least 4 feet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just wanted to hear get that a strong statement on that. Okay. Yeah, I think there's been good discussion on this. This is concept. The applicant has acknowledged that there are impacts, privacy impacts to the neighborhood north, which need to be addressed, and I'm sure that those will be addressed during this time. That'll be part of our direction, I'm sure, in our draft motion. Yeah, I'm in agreement with the rest of the commissioners. I think we need some differentiation between the stone and this body color. You're not proposing black and white, which is nice. We're not getting that here. You've got sort of a taupe tanny color, but the color of the stone and the body of the house are a little close. I know Fond du Lac is another type of stone which has more of the iron rust kind of colors in it rather than the sandstone. So that may be a possibility. It's up to you. So I think we have a resolution here with draft conditions. The concerns about the trees, we have pretty, pardon? Yeah, we use it. The standard conditions cover that pretty much, don't they? Yeah, sure. So I think we're okay there. Plate height that's got to be corrected. Ridge height. I think staff has made correct findings, and there's opportunity to move the garage back 4 feet. So the other direction, which I'm hearing from the commission, is we need some type of a different stone or a different body color.
And how about shade study?
Yes. Oh, and yeah, right. I would like to see yeah, it sounds like you already have it. So let's bring that back during final so we can see that solar study. So I can make that motion, or want to? Go for it. Okay. So I make a motion that we accept the resolution as per staff, with additional draft conditions that the shade study shall be provided before the final consideration, and that the color of the stone or the color of the house shall be changed to provide more contrast. Was there anything else? Did I miss anything?
No, I can second that.
Okay. Motion's made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. The next item in the public hearings tonight is another design study. This is DS 21-436. It's the Librieri project, probably butchering that pronunciation. This is a consideration of design study for a substantial alteration to a historic resource located on San Antonio Avenue, 1 northwest of 9th Avenue in the single-family residential zone. We have the staff report, please.
Well, thank you, Chair LePage. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so the last item on your agenda this evening is a concept design study for the Library project. So this is an existing 4,852 square foot house on a lot that is over 11,000 square feet in size. It is located on San Antonio, just north of 9th Avenue. It is zoned R1. It's also in the Beach and Riparian Overlay District, as well as the Coastal Commission appeal jurisdiction. So the applicant is proposing an interior and exterior remodel of the home. This includes reorganization of the existing floor area, which results in a net reduction, and associated site improvements. And then also, a couple of years ago, the home was listed on the local historic inventory. This is the former residence of former Mayor Barney Laiolo. And it is known as Casa Laiolo. So as a historic property, the exterior modifications are required to be reviewed by the Historic Resources Board. That review was conducted in December, and the board adopted a resolution issuing a determination of consistency, basically concluding that the project as proposed was consistent with historic preservation standards with conditions, and those 6 conditions are listed here. They've also been carried over into the resolution as condition of approval number 1. So the existing property has a number of nonconformities, the first being floor area. So the existing home does exceed what the code currently allows. Also, the building height in this area is limited to 18 feet and 2 stories. The existing home is 31 feet and 3 stories. And then there's also an existing site coverage nonconformity. You can see here the range of site coverage allowed, and the existing property is well over the site coverage. This is due in part to having that side entry garage at the west end of the property, which requires a significant area for the driveway. So the code says that nonconformities can be altered, maintained, repaired, or altered as long as the nonconformity is not increased. And so that is the standard that we are using for this project. With respect to forest character, the city forester did identify 9 trees on or adjacent to the property. There are no trees proposed for removal. Due to the lot size, the code does require that the Forest and Beach Commission determine what an appropriate tree density is for the lot. So the project did go before the Forest and Beach Commission, and they are requiring that the applicants plant 1 upper canopy tree. They would prefer that be a Monterey cypress, and then also 5 lower canopy ornamental trees, and they do recommend that those be placed at the front of the property. So those requirements have been included as condition number 4. With regards to parking and access, there is an existing 2-car garage. Again, it's on the west end of the residence. The applicant is proposing to expand this to a 4-car tandem garage. They would do this by converting existing living space, so there would be no increase in the building footprint. The existing asphalt driveway, they're also proposing to reduce that down and replace it with sandset pavers to improve on-site percolation of rainwater. And even with, these efforts, we are going to have a hard time, getting this property into compliance with site coverage. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more in just a bit. Also, the applicant is proposing a new driveway gate. They haven't submitted a design or a detail for that yet. This is concept review, so that is not uncommon. So condition of approval number 5 does ask for that detail before final details review. We also did receive one public comment letter regarding the driveway gate. And that comment letter basically said that they do not have a recollection of a gate ever being here. And with the existing wall along San Antonio, they would prefer that the gate not be installed because it would completely wall off the property. The owners have indicated they do have dogs and they would like their property secured. They've also had a lot of problems with trespassing on their property as well. So I guess staff is looking for some direction from the Planning Commission. Certainly if you're supportive of the concept of a driveway gate, we'll bring that detail back for your review. If you're not supportive, we would ask for your direction this evening as well. So I'm going to walk through some of the exterior changes proposed. The existing residence is on the left. This is a 3D model that the owner put together. And then the proposed changes are on the right. So starting at the front of the residence, this is the primary elevation. So from a historic preservation standpoint, there were certain elements of this elevation that needed to be preserved. And the architect did incorporate those into the design. The shed roof that you see off to the right, this is an addition that was done at some time in the past. We're not sure exactly when, but this is proposed to be removed, so there would be a square footage reduction in that area. The gable roof would be reintroduced to create some symmetry at the front of the property. Also, if you see above the I don't think my mouse is visible, but again, on that right-hand side above that gable is a staircase. That staircase will be reconstructed, so you can see the change in the roof form there and the introduction of a window in that new staircase. So those are the primary changes along the front elevation. There's no increase in building height. As I mentioned at the tour, they are proposing to reconstruct the upper floor. This home has a number of structural deficiencies, and we did explore the feasibility of just trying to reinforce what's there. And for the upper floor, it's just not feasible. So they are proposing to reconstruct it, no increase in height. And then moving around to the north elevation, so this is as you come down the driveway to the garage. They are proposing to remove the cantilevered sleeping porch that was enclosed, just kind of clean up that elevation. And then one of the larger changes for the project is the addition of this breakfast nook off of the right-hand side there. There's a partially enclosed patio proposed below. Again, this project is reorganizing floor area, so there's not an increase, there's actually a net reduction. But this breakfast nook does introduce a new building mass that does not currently exist on the property. This is the view from the west elevation. You can see the breakfast nook addition on the left-hand side in that red square. Staff did realize when writing the staff report that this addition does exceed the 18-foot height limit. So we could not support this addition as proposed because of that height. It's around 24 feet. And then also staff identified the modest gable above the balcony doors. Because this property has non-conforming height, this, in staff's opinion, is a expansion of that nonconformity. So there is a special condition that this be eliminated. We do recognize that this additional height is probably needed for the header on those doors. So we do recognize that, but we do have to work within the existing nonconformities and make sure that we're not expanding those. So definitely looking for some feedback on, from the commission on whether you feel that that's an expansion of the nonconformity. And then moving over to the south elevation, so I should have mentioned in the back, the existing chimney is proposed to be demolished. A new chimney is proposed to be constructed on the south elevation. Again, that sleeping porch addition on the north elevation, that mass would be transferred to the south. So you can just see how the wall plane lines up, whereas right now that upper floor kind of steps back. Okay. And then staff also was contacted by one of the neighbors across the street to the east. They have an existing view through the library property. These photos compare existing conditions on the left. You can see that cantilevered sleeping porch with the proposed condition on the right, which has the breakfast nook addition. So this is actually a view from upstairs. We did not go upstairs today on the tour, but this is kind of a good graphic that just shows the existing and proposed condition. The view, and I have some other photos that I can put up at the end, but the view that the neighbor is most concerned about is from their living space on the first floor, where they have an outdoor patio and they do some entertaining. So they have this view through the library property that they would like that it be preserved. So again, this is concept, but I did want to talk a little bit about finished details. So under the historic preservation standards, they will make every effort to preserve the original stucco to the greatest extent feasible. Any new stucco will match the old. It is proposed to be a smooth trowel. The roof material is proposed to be a cedar shingle roof. Again, copper gutters and downspouts, these are just super popular. So the standard condition about an alternate material has been included. Windows and doors are proposed to be cedar. The garage door is also described as a cedar plank, wire brushed sectional garage door. So staff has included a condition just for some additional details on what that looks like before final review. And then site coverage, again, existing conditions is non-conforming. There are some historic elements at the front of the property, the brick courtyard and the walkways at the front of the property. Also the front wall, the columns. So there are some elements that will need to be preserved from the historic preservation side. That being said, I think we're going to have some challenges trying to bring this property closer to compliance. There is a landscape architect on the design team. I've actually been working with him since before the application was submitted to try to work through some of these site coverage issues. And I think we have a little bit more work that we need to do before final details. They have made some great improvements on increasing permeability, but again, you know, that the need for the driveway access, preserving the historic hardscape improvements, you know, that needs to kind of be factored into their overall site coverage. They are currently proposing a reduction of about 1,800 square feet. And we will continue to kind of work on this before final details, but I did want to mention the possibility of considering a site coverage variance. So the code does allow the commission to issue a variance to deviate from the site coverage standards. And if you feel that that would be appropriate for this property, we'd love to get that feedback from you this evening. And we can look into that a little bit further. With that, staff's recommendation is that you adopt a resolution accepting the concept design with the special conditions recommended. And this is a very brief summary, but it includes the conditions from the Historic Resources Board, some standard conditions about undergrounding service laterals, drainage plan, tree planting, and so forth. With that, I'll end my presentation and answer any questions.
Questions for staff, commissioners?
I do. I have some. So,
Commissioner Allen?
Marnie, in regards to that balcony in the back, it shows that they have 8-foot doors in that. Is that correct? And if so, then if you brought those doors down, would you need to alter the roof?
So I'm going to defer to the architect.
Okay.
Yeah, he is here this evening.
Okay.
As well as the owners.
And then another question is that are the fireplaces, or the fireplace and the fire pit, I assume those are gas?
Do you want me to address those now?
Sure.
Okay, so upstairs, we have an unusual condition where the plate height is at 6 feet. So the wall goes to 6 feet and then the roof pitches. And so the tops of the windows right now are 5 feet off the floor. So for me to look out at the ocean, I do this. And so we're showing there is we're going to a 6-8 door. So there's gonna be a small section to where someone like me can actually stand up and look out and see the ocean. Because right now that condition doesn't exist. So that was the attempt to modify that extreme existing condition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We may have more questions for you when you
Yeah.
do your presentation, but
Yeah, because
we'll get to that. Yeah, these questions now, let's just limit these to Marnie's report with regards to the planning questions, site coverage, plate height, whether or not existing nonconformities are being expanded.
Marnie, do you have any visuals in terms of gates in that neighborhood? Or do you have any reference points for that?
So
I didn't see a lot when we were out there.
Yeah, so I didn't do that full analysis in preparation for this hearing. I did notice while we were on the tour, there are a couple south of the project site. But I didn't take an inventory. Sometimes you don't notice them until you start looking.
Right.
But I certainly would do that before final details.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? You have questions?
I mean, I just want some clarification, I guess. So we have a whole new addition. You call it the breakfast edition or whatever, breakfast nook. That's outside the footprint, and yet we're not increasing the nonconformity because you're trading off interior space?
Yeah, so they're actually, they're reducing, so that at the front of the house, that north wing, they're actually reducing square footage there. Right. They are eliminating square footage at the lower level. So it won't result in a reduction of the existing mass. No. And then I believe on the upper floor as well. So eliminating that sleeping porch and that reconfiguration is a small net reduction.
Okay, that's fine for now. Thanks.
And Marnie, the shutters weren't part of the Historic Resource Board meeting? The ones with the bird cutouts, those aren't part of what
I believe they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I had a question regarding the site coverage. So the determination that the Historic Resources Board made was that the paving in front was part of the historic, or is it just the walls? I mean,
the walls, the columns in the walls, which we would often count towards site coverage, and then the brick courtyard at the entry,
That's-
and then the
that's-
associated pathways that
So
tear off.
they wanted those maintained?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And, all right, I guess that answers my question, yeah. So any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. All right, would the applicant like to come forward and make the presentation to the Planning Commission?
I'll just do a quick one and then I'll pass over to Tom. Hi, I'm Kim Library. Me and my wife are the owners of...
I'm just gonna, can you guys pull that mic over so, do it so you're
How's that?
comfortable?
Testing.
I just been having trouble hearing some of the applicants, so I
Okay.
just wanna.
How's
thank
that
you.
sound?
Appreciate it.
You'll have to tilt it up for you. Okay, hi, I'm Kim Library and my wife Sandra. We're the owners of Casa Laioli. We have been for 2.5 years now. With this renovation, we've been working with our architect Tom Meany to produce a design that preserves the historic aspects of the house while updating the property for modern living. The house currently has many structural and safety issues, as I think you all saw today, that are going to be remedied whilst bringing it up to current building standards. And our aim for this property is to have one that is recognizable to all that have known the house over the years. So, and I think that hopefully we've achieved that, especially with the front of the house. Many of the key features that have been identified with the property are still present. The U-shaped courtyard, the brick patio, the rustic stucco, and even the decorative shutters and the cartouches. The major visual changes are at the back, as Marnie said earlier. And Tom has made a design that allows us to better use the outdoor space, but also produces something that matches the beauty of the rest of the house. Because I think when you look at the house right now from the behind, it looks nothing like the house at the front. So I think that there's a balance there. We look forward to hearing your comments and guidance. And we want to thank Marnie for working so hard on getting this application together with us. Okay, Tom, over to you.
Yeah, this has been an interesting project. I mean, I love interesting projects, and this is definitely one of those. But we've had a lot of iterations and back and forth with Marnie and historians, a lot of back and forth. And so this is probably like the third iteration of our project we've been working on since we engaged with the city. And so we've been making a good effort to be responsive and to come up with a project that I think everyone will be proud of. So as Kim mentioned, like when we first walked into this thing, like the front of the house had some character to it. And you can kind of see it hiding in there. There's been some awful additions tacked on to it that really took away from the grace and simplicity of the original house. And so our intention was really to go in there and find where that essence of the house was and to enhance those elements and then take that same care and bring it around, especially to the back side of the house, which right now is just a flat 3-story barren facade. Especially when you see it from down at the beach, it just does not look like Carmel. So we wanted to take that same charm and apply it to the entire house. So walking in the house, I mean, the obvious deficiencies before we even peeled the drywall off the house, which was frightening. Things like the staircase is just awful. It's 2 feet wide. I have to duck to get up there. The risers are like this, the treads are like that. It's not a functioning staircase to code. And then bringing it up to code in terms of sprinklers, energy efficiency, insulation, structural safety, basically making the house livable to where it's going to be there for another couple hundred years. But also take what's there in terms of the essence of the house and reinforce those things. So working with Martin, the historian, dealing with the shutters and the window details and the plaster texture, we've really been engaged in that regard. And one of the things we've been working with is how to make some of these elements functional. Like I said, upstairs with that 6-foot plate, we wanted to try to have at least a small place in the master bedroom where you could have a 6'8" door and look out at the ocean. So that does a couple things. It makes the room more livable, but also that little step-out balcony now creates an element on the back side of the house. It creates a nice shadow line because we're trying to add some texture to the back side of the house. So that piece does a couple things for us. You go into the bathroom and the windows are probably 4.5 feet off the floor. So we put the tub in front of that one. So it's like, we're trying to make it work with what's there, but it's definitely been a challenge. And how we've been taking some of these pieces and working them around, we've been very conscious of how these things work in respect to the ordinances of the city. So that front section that was an odd shed addition, we basically took that square footage and volume and attached it to the back of the house to create this breakfast nook, which does a couple things. It makes for this great, dramatic, cute space, but also it gives us another element to break up that flatness of the back of the house. And so the balcony that sticks out with a nice deep shadow line, the projection of the breakfast room with the roof associated with that, the little step-out balcony off the top floor with the broken hip, those are things that start to break up that back elevation to where now it feels more like the front of the house and it really softens the mass, especially seen from down below. And so we're consciously trying to move these pieces around so the back of the elevation has as much spirit as the front of the house. So that was our intention initially. I'm here for any questions.
Questions for designer?
Well, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but on the balcony you show an 8-foot door, not a 6.
Well, we definitely don't need an 8-foot door.
Okay, unless I'm reading this wrong.
Is it 8 feet wide?
I'm reading 8 foot tall.
Yeah, that's not necessary up there.
Okay, all right, so we want to make sure that we're
Yeah, that's fine.
all on the same page.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll take comments from the public regarding this application, so just come up in order that you want to come up in. You each have 3 minutes.
Thank you. To the commission, my name is Ken Yegan. This is my wife, Kate Yegan. We're in the house that you visited afterwards on the northeast side of the street. I want to thank Marnie for the very comprehensive report that she did, and for you for visiting our house. Marnie, do you have the slides that I sent? I just have a couple slides to kind of exhibit what some of our concerns are about this project. So really want to focus in on the really on the view. The view for us is, as you saw, the common areas, which was not the view that was shown in the presentation, but the view that you saw from downstairs. It's the area that we share with friends and family in the house, in the dining room, in our front patio, and very clearly where we can see the waves breaking and the ocean movement. And it was one of the things that really attracted us to this property and why we decided to move to this neighborhood. And that view is completely going away with this back breakfast nook edition. Are the slides?
Yeah, we're trying. Sebastian, could you flip over to the laptop, please? Thank you. We've got the wizard.
So as you see, because of the angle where we are to the northeast, it goes right where that. If you could saw the story pole line, the story poles, that's exactly the area that gets blocked out by that addition when it gets added in there, and we won't be able to see the breaking waves of the beach or the ocean from there anymore. So if you can go to the next slide. This is, so you can see the very visible significant exterior bulk and mass of this is adding to the property. And whereas maybe overall you don't see an increase in square footage, there's a conversion of the basement, the first story level living space into a 4-car garage and an addition of ADU, and then this resulting this much larger than the front shed area that's being trimmed off. And you see it's a very large and prominent feature. And don't think in terms of the mass that's adding to the building is not a fair trade-off in terms of taking away the view that we have. If you can go to the next slide. Also want to point out, if you look at their plans, without this, there actually remains a large amount of existing living area in the house that has unobstructed ocean views, including both a proposed eat-in kitchen bar and another dining area. So it's not necessarily to have an eating area with views. There are 2 other areas that would be present that would have those views without taking away our existing view. So just in summary, what is happening here is that this plan eliminates a pre-existing ocean and beach view that we enjoy from our dining room and our front patio. And it's being done by removing this non-visible square footage from the first and basement level and adding visible bulk and mass to the second level on that corner. There is a condition in the staff report that we support, and we ask for your support, that calls for elimination of the breakfast nook addition from this design. And we absolutely support that. Also on condition 5, we are not opposed to a gate, but we just would like to see a see-through gate, something that would not block the lower portion of our views of the wave break. If it was some sort of metal see-through type gate, we'd be totally fine with supporting that. And if these changes can be recommended and supported as new neighbors on San Antonio Avenue, we'd absolutely fully support the project.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, I would just like to add that, really what attracted us to this house were the beach and ocean views that we could enjoy from the main living space. And the addition of the breakfast nook would completely eliminate that view for us from both our dining area and from our front patio.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other members from the public who'd like to address the Planning Commission?
Good evening, members of the Commission. Christine Kemp. I've been working with the Yagans trying to help them understand the codes and regulations, and we really want to support Marnie's recommendations. She wrote a great staff report, and it recognized that the breakfast nook does add mass and height that is non-conforming, and as Mr. Yagan spoke about, they're taking basement area, which is non-visible and somewhat encouraged because it is non-visible, and moving those areas up to where it is visible and where it's blocking views. And I think you saw today, they don't have a large view, but they do have a significant view through the side of that house that has the white water and actually can see the beach when there is a beach there that wasn't washed away. So we're really asking that you support the staff's recommendation, condition number 7, with eliminating that breakfast nook. And they have lots of space. It's a large house, lots of ocean views, unbridled ocean views in front, several areas where they can eat. And everyone loves the house, the fact that they're remodeling it, and it's been kind of derelict for a long, long time. So we want to see them get their plans approved, but we do ask that the breakfast nook, that condition 7 that's been opposed, be adopted, and that the project then can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers from the public?
Chair, Commissioners, and staff, my name is Ben Beasley, and I'm a realtor. I was their realtor, the Yagans' realtor, when they purchased that property. First of all, I want to say thank you for all your help in making this community an amazing place. When I met the Yagans, they told me what they wanted in a house, and we were looking for that house. Views were important, but it wasn't ultimately important, and we were looking at other houses. They got to the subject property and sat on the porch and didn't go in the house. They were mesmerized by the view that you all saw today. As we eventually saw the house, we eventually spoke later back on the porch because that was the view that they loved. As they were negotiating with the listing agent, we were trying to get comps, and I said, okay, here are comps based on size and price. The listing agent said, most of these comps are not necessarily applicable when it comes to the views. I understand that different buyers will place different amounts of value on different attributes, but ocean views provide the biggest impact when it comes to valuations. They had to pay a lot more money than they were hoping because of the value of the views. Now, we don't know what the value is, but it's a lot more than dollar for dollar, square foot for square foot. So that view is spectacular, and they love it, and we hope that you take that into consideration as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. David O'Neill, would you like to make your comments?
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd really like to thank the new owners for planning such a beautiful and thoughtful restoration to this home. As somebody who's restored old buildings before and been in other environments, I know that it must be amazing to try and accomplish it here with all of our unique needs and desires. I really want to say that I appreciate the removing the poorly designed additions that were done in the past and making that really beautiful. And with their continuity of design, it looks great. The west elevation is really nice to be broken up. What they're proposing looks a lot better than what is seen nowadays. And I really hope that they can continue to break it up in some way. But of course, with that said, protecting other people's views is most important. So I hope you take that into consideration. The other thing I just wanted to mention is in regards to the expansion of the non-conforming height, I think that it is a really beautiful design. If that non-conforming height and extension of it doesn't impact any of the neighbors, then perhaps we can make an exception because it's not actually affecting anyone in a negative way. So I really appreciate the new design and hope that everything goes well. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your comments. Yeah, let me just check if there's any more public comments, then I'll give you rebuttal time. So any more public comments from anyone here? I don't see anybody online, unless somebody's seen something I don't see. Okay. All right, so I'll give you your rebuttal time now.
So I have a question for the Yagans. If we were able to shift over the breakfast room and come up with a design that still looks as good as what Tom has got, would you support the design?
Would you talk to the commission?
Oh,
and
sorry.
Not to the.
Okay.
Yeah, we're the ones you want to be talking
So
to.
what I'm asking is that if we were to work out a way to shift over that breakfast nook so it didn't obscure the view, which is about 3 feet is what it needs to happen, and we can come up with an integration with Tom's design that still works, would that be supported?
Well, this is concept, but we appreciate you making that suggestion, and we'll see what the other commissioners say. Anyway, you have more time available.
Yeah, just what's unusual about this property is we've got like a 35-foot side yard setback, and there aren't many of those along the street. So it's kind of an unusual condition that we're addressing right now, which everybody loves, that amount of open space and such. But because we're pulling back the upper floor, their view from the second level actually is getting wider. And like I say, I think there's things we could do with the first floor to either reduce the volume or the height so that we don't encroach within the current footprint of the building to satisfy the neighbor's concern and the realtor's concern. I think we can do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would it be okay if Ms. Waffle spoke a little bit to
Absolutely, yes,
because I think it's
please.
more than just the view. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah, so this is kind of a challenging portion of the project because the genesis for the condition, for condition number 7, really kind of started with the height. So staff does recognize the impact to an existing view, but we also have a height issue. So if we found the breakfast nook addition to be appropriate, it could not be more than 18 feet above the grade below, unless a variance possibly was sought for that. So we've got the height issue, we've got the massing issue, so we've got a building that's over on floor area, which is over on volume, and we're not adding floor area, but we are adding volume. So we have to navigate that issue as well, and then also the view from the Yagins property.
Okay. Did you want any other issues you want to clarify, or? Okay. All right. So we have that clarification. So I'm going to open it up to the commissioners for their discussion, and I'm just going to call randomly. Commissioner Bolton, if you want to pass, that's fine.
I don't know how that's random, but whatever. I mean, I think I started like 5 times today. I'm going to reserve passes for the future meetings. Everybody here is a witness. But I'll start.
All right.
So basically,
you're a good person.
This is a wonderful change to the front of this property. I mean, it's fixed all of the terrible problems with this very cool house. That stairway was ridiculous. I don't know how to describe how bad that is. And just the removal of that alone makes me want to support the whole project. I can't do that yet, but still. So anyway, that being said, I think it's a really nice design in the front. It fixes a lot of the problems. I understand why the historic committee did what they did. I agree with them basically on everything they said. I have a problem with the gate. I just don't like gates. So that's me. I don't want a gate. I don't want to see a gate of any kind. I won't support a gate. The dormer gives me a problem because it does increase the nonconformity to my mind in the rear, but I understand what it's doing for the usability of the property, but I don't think I can support it just because it as a staff, did a good job addressing that. I don't have anything more to say. And the big one is this breakfast edition, and I totally agree with staff, and I also agree with the neighbors regarding the view. They've got quite a nice whitewater view of breaking waves on the beach. They also have a lot of other nice views. And typically, at least for me, I try and preserve whatever we can of the views, as much as possible. But you often have to give something. In this case, it looks like the giving is being done by the designer. So we may avoid that portion of the breakfast edition issue simply by being good neighbors. So that's great. I'm super happy with that. But I still can't support the breakfast nook edition because it's over height. So if we can, and it increases the floor area, and it's outside the footprint, and it increases the nonconformity with the volume. So I have a lot of problems with that whole addition. I have a problem with the concept of the addition. trading this interior space and adding more outside. I just don't like it. So I really like, though, what it does to the rear of the property. So having this little bit of the structure makes that west side of the property actually look halfway decent, which it doesn't look now. So I don't have a solution. I'm not going to design it, but I am going to say redo this breakfast area, reconsider that whole concept, and make it comply with our code. And then I'll support it. And then lastly is the overall site coverage, especially the driveway. The proposed driveway site coverage and the renderings, I mean, it's insane. It's all paved, like everything is paved. If you look at the renderings, I'm not going to bother putting them back up, but the rear view of it's all paved. Everything is paved. Now, I don't care if it's sand set. It still has the visual appearance of being an entirely paved site, and I don't support that. We need to reduce the overall site coverage period. I don't care how you do it. I just want to see something different at final. One big possibility is this enormous driveway. Now, obviously, you have to get to the garage, but that's all you need to do. And this driveway, as designed, has room for 12 cars to park in it or something. It's crazy. You even got a special off-street parking pad. And I understand why you would want all this stuff, but it's just simply too much paving, for my opinion. And I guess that's really it. I mean, I just can't support this breakfast edition, unfortunately, even though I'd kind of like to. It doesn't meet our code. I might say something at the end. I don't know. We'll see whatever people say.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bolton. Commissioner Dells, you want to make your comments at this time?
Yeah, for the record, if I'd gone first, I would have said almost all those same things, Commissioner Bolton.
Why didn't you go first?
I very much agree with everything Chris had just said, although I'm, per usual, not as adamant in objection to an appropriate gate. You know, I live within 4 blocks of the beach, and yeah, an observation I have made is it seems like the closer you get to the beach, the more you have tourists deciding to come into your driveway and take photos up close at your house. And I'm not looking for a gate myself, but I have sympathy for the security and privacy issues of people, particularly right there in that part of town. But other than that, I echo very much what Chris had said, particularly on the back side, particularly on the front side, and to start with, you're doing a great job. It's lovely. And you're kind of taking an old historical hodgepodge of a house here, and clearly trying to make it much, much better. And that does apply to what you're trying to do on the back, because you're trying to make it more interesting, more articulated, more interesting. But that mass is already non-conforming, and I think our hands are pretty much tied that we can't allow that non-conformance to increase. And whether that's size, width, whatever, you have to live with the existing non-conformance. And I think I heard an opening from the architect designer saying, yeah, we can do that. So that is what I encourage you to proceed with, and hope to see when we see you in a month or two. And I took a look at the resolution. I think Marnie's got it right. The staff has it right so far in terms of the conditions they've put out there. In terms of, it's not just number 7. It's most of them just addressing, I think, all of the concerns that Commissioner Bolton just put out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Dells. Commissioner Locke?
Sure. I'm going to agree also with the comments that were previously made, especially regarding the back of the building. And it sounds to me like there may be a way that it can be designed so that it'll work and make everybody happy. I'm very much against the gate. I used to live on 9th Avenue and walk my dog that direction all the time. To me, the opening and the view of the house is part of the charm of that neighborhood. And I would hate to see it looking like a compound where it's closed off. And I mean, I understand dogs. We all have dogs around here. But there are ways that you could potentially fence off the back area for your dogs to be able to run out there. I see there's at least a stairway on the south side and a stairway that's by the ADU that could potentially be gated and provide an area for the dog to be. I think Commissioner Chris's comment about the paved surfaces is a concern. I am 100% for getting rid of the paving and getting some pervious surfaces and landscaping put in. I don't think anybody needs that huge parking pad and having a pad out in the front. With 9th Avenue running down the south side of that property, you know, it's fortunately not where people are going to be wanting to turn into the driveway necessarily, because they do have a direct path to the beach just right next door. This property has always fascinated me, so I'm really excited to see what is proposed. I think the plans are beautiful. I'm so happy somebody's willing to come in and take the time and do this, and it was really awesome to go inside the house today. And I know a little scary, but no, I thought it was fantastic. I'm like, wow, I can't wait to see the end product on this. So anyway, I guess that's my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Allen.
Yeah, I can't add too much more. I do want to commend the family for taking on this project. It is massive, and wow, you are definitely strong people to take that on. And I would agree exactly the word that Commissioner Locke used was the word that I wrote down, and that is that if you put the gate on there, it does feel like a compound. And I don't think that's the feeling that we would be good with. And so I would probably recommend that we not do a gate. And I think you also made the comments about there are other ways of securing the dogs. So I think that's good. And then, yeah, on the breakfast nook, I would go with staff's recommendation on that, and I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Allen. Yeah, this is concept. You're getting a lot of direction here. Staff has done a great job of pointing out the problems you have in terms of meeting some of the municipal code requirements. You know, and plate heights are a municipal code requirement. We don't have any flexibility. I mean, we could give you a variance, but you have to meet specific findings for a variance, and I don't think you can meet them in this case. So that creates a problem with that breakfast addition. Obviously, the neighbors have a view impact there, and you've acknowledged that. So that's something that either you're going to have to eliminate or find another way to do this. I've got a problem, and Commissioner Bolton pointed this out, that you know, as staff pointed out, a non-conformity, you can repair it, you can maintain it, but you can't expand it. And the addition is an expansion. And this shuffling square footage around, I don't see where that fits into the language of how you deal with a non-conformity. And that's a municipal code, right? Yeah, so that we're really tied into the language. You don't have any discretion. So I'm only pointing this out, not to beat you over the head, but I just want you to know what you're up against. And so when you're coming back with your solutions to our, to the direction you get, you make sure you're not going down a path that's just you're gonna be butting up against some municipal code. And variances are tough to meet the standards. So, and we don't have a lot of flexibility. So, we want to work with you, and I think every commission here really appreciates what you're doing. Don't get me wrong. You're taking on a big project. It's a historic house, which makes it even harder. It limits a lot what you can do. And you've got a great designer. He's done a lot of really good work I think the front elevation looks really so much better. It isn't just the stairway, it's that thing that shed roof sticking off. It just really destroyed the front. And it's got a lot of great character in there, like your designer pointed out. And he's pulled that out in the front. So I just want to, acknowledge what you're doing, and we really appreciate it. And it's just a prosperous kind of working here. So that covers the addition. The second story dormer in the back, if there's an 8-foot door there, just reduce it down. I mean, if I understand the need for a door, and the balcony does break up that mass on the back, so, look at just getting a standard 6/8 door in there, and you'll probably be able to work something out. The gate, we just don't approve, automatic gates in this town, because our tradition, our character is these open, casual kind of front yards that you look into. This property does have this historic brick fence, which has been identified, so that's something which has to stay. You may be able to address that. You may be able to do some fencing further back, to create something like that. I don't know. That's there's possibilities there, but an automatic gate out on the property line, we've never supported that. Our guidelines don't support it, and the site coverage issue. There's a lot of site coverage there. Obviously, some of it's historic, though. It's got to remain. So that's been established. So really, the driveway is the only area, but it's a big driveway, and so obviously you need to work there and try to reduce that in any way you can. And I think that kind of covers all the things you need to work on. Other than that, it's really shaping up pretty nice. It's the general thing of it. It looks really good. So just needs a little work. That's all. So. Well, I can't have this discussion like that, but, if you want me to reopen if you feel like you want to make a comment, I can reopen the public hearing. You come up and make the comment if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, okay, all right. But, and we're going to have more discussion about this. Oh, you want to come up and make a comment? Yeah, come on up. I'll reopen so you can, I don't.
You can tell I don't do this every day. So I have a question about the color. You said, it would be nice to see some more colors in Carmel. I think the house has been that color for 50 years, and it's what Barney would have painted it, probably himself, looking at the way the work was done in the house. We would be open to different historic colors, but we just want some guidance. Like it probably needs to stay the same way that Barney had it, or can we change it?
This is historic? The color's not historic?
We did not evaluate color, no.
Oh, we haven't even gotten into that yet, this concept?
No, historically.
Historically? Go ahead.
I think, Ms. Waffle, correct, what you're saying is that the Historic Resources Board didn't evaluate or consider the color of the house. It wasn't part of their analysis. So
Correct.
I think the best answer is we don't know if the color is historic. Is that fair, or?
It is rare that color comes into the conversation with historic, but we did not have that conversation.
Okay.
Well, there are probably some historic photos of the building back, I would imagine.
We've tried to find them. We haven't, other than the Google Map stuff from, only goes back 15 years, I've not been able to find a photograph of it. It's mentioned in the Nepenthe book, because I guess the founders of Nepenthe used to own the place, but there's no photos that we could find.
Well, they're still around. Maybe they can answer some of this.
Yeah, well, unless...
But I won't harsh you on the white on this one, because it's already white.
Unless it was a determination by the Historic Resources Board, then it's off the table right now. The only thing, the directions you've heard tonight is, most of our applicants, is we would like not to see this high contrast white and dark color trim. So within that context, do what you want. Present us whatever you want.
Okay, thank you.
But you know where we stand on this, so. Okay, so we have a resolution. Let's kind of move to that so we can get moving along here. Remember the number to open my screen. There it is, okay. Okay, so draft conditions from staff on the resolution. Number one is just the historic resource consistency. Number two is underground and then preliminary drainage. Number three, number four, tree planting requirements. 5 is the driveway gate. Direction from the Planning Commission is not to support a driveway gate. Okay, number 6, proposed gable roof, upper elevation. I think the direction there is let's look at a shorter door and work something out on the design. Number 7, elimination of the breakfast nook. It just doesn't. It's in the view shed, and it doesn't meet the municipal code height requirements, plate height requirements. 8, we're, as I explained before, we're not approving copper gutters because of surface pollution running into the ocean. There's other materials, you can get the same look, same design. Garage door details, that's pretty much a final thing, and they're just requesting some definition on that. I think, you're proposing a wood garage door, so it's probably, whatever you bring us forward will probably work. And then the site coverage reduction. I guess I had a question for staff. Normally, if we have a project like this, which they're not adding additions and so forth, normally, a lot of times we double the size of the addition and reduce the site coverage. So I'm kind of a little confused about what we're doing here on site coverage.
Yeah, so because it is a nonconformity, the code says once you remove the nonconformity, you can't put it back. So if they weren't proposing, to demolish something, they could keep it. But you can't reconstruct non-conforming site coverage. So that's why I mentioned earlier, I think we have a little bit more work that we need to do to see how close we could get to compliance. But considering the historic aspects and the nature of the driveway, if the commission was inclined to entertain a variance, we wouldn't be committing you to approving one, but just evaluating the possibility and doing the analysis. We could certainly do that. Otherwise, we would just work to bring it to compliance.
Well, the draft condition as presented by staff refers to this site coverage variance. Is that where we're heading on this, or can we work with some type of reduction, come back with some reduction to it? I mean, are we going to be tied into a variance?
Well, number 10 says reduce the site coverage,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bob. What were you
He's
saying?
saying that it was either or. It was not committing to a variance. It was saying
That's the
either
language,
eliminate.
either or?
Yeah, that's my point. Sorry.
So I apologize if that's a little bit confusing. We did not provide you with an analysis for a site coverage variance. If your direction is to have us go back, work a little bit harder on it, get it as close to compliance as we can certainly do that.
I think kind of what we're looking for is the thumbs up, thumbs down, red light, green light on. Is the commission at least willing to entertain the notion of a variance might be appropriate here because you've got a historic finding that these bricks are important, and those, that's a non-starter. They can't remove those. So they're kind of locked in. So is the commission willing to at least entertain talking about a variance? Or if it's a non-starter, then we won't spend the time, we won't come back to you with a variance. We'll just work with the applicant to reduce the site coverage. So you don't have to commit to anything. We're just kind of looking for that thumbs up, thumbs down, red light, green light.
Yeah, for myself, without knowing exactly the breakdown on the historic the paving that's, where the numbers, it's hard for me to give a thumbs up on that. Okay. So.
Well, I think one thing what we'll just do is we'll work with the applicant, see what the options are for reduction, and we'll just, we can do the analysis, and if we can bring back those numbers next time, and you can consider a variance if you think that's appropriate.
Well, we've been pretty clear that we want a reduction of some kind. So obviously, if you can deliver a reduction that meets the code, that's ideal. But if it's impossible, which it sounds like it might be, then I'd be willing to entertain a variance, obviously. Okay. Our hands are kind of tied by the historic committee here. They're building in site coverage that we can't get rid of.
So, Commissioner Bolton, are you comfortable with the draft condition as written per staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Fine as it is.
That's all I wanted to get
clear. That's perfect. You got it.
Okay, next, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, if that's all right with you guys, because, so I'm going to make a motion that we accept the resolution as per staff with the draft conditions as per staff and with the additional direction given by the Planning Commission, which, I don't know if is there anything that wasn't covered by staff? We covered the gate, staff covered the gate. Second story dormer, I think we have provided more leeway on that second story dormer. So Says here, prior to final, the applicant submit a revised plan showing elimination.
Revision.
I think what we're saying, you need to make a redesign to get that more in conformance to the standard, to a standard height door. Because it seems like you've proposed it with an 8-foot. So that'll be in the draft conditions.
Cool.
And then, yeah, I don't think there's anything else
You
there.
got it. Marty, good job.
What's that?
Marnie covered it.
Yeah, just want to make sure on the back. I think one of your recommendations was to eliminate the, was it to eliminate the balcony or?
Eliminate the what?
Well, that's what the chair was just talking about, that dormer area, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so-
well, not the roof, but was it to eliminate, because I got the impression that one of your recommendations was to keep it kind of everything flush, but
That was just the
I
breakfast
do
nook,
like the
think, so.
dimensions.
I think it was just, I think as far as I understand it, staff recommendation was to eliminate the dormer. And what the commission, what I'm proposing is that we allow the leeway for the applicant to work to come back with a less impactful dormer or door size than the 8-foot.
Yep.
Which I think is totally reasonable.
Yeah, so I did not include that in the condition.
Okay.
Elimination of the balcony.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Is that
Thank you.
clarified?
Okay, yep, got it.
Okay,
I'll
that's my
second.
motion. Okay, we have a motion made and second. Is there any further discussion?
Sounds good.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bolton,
Yes.
Commissioner Delves,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public hearings tonight. Next item on our agenda is a director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As always, a great job
Chair
tonight by the
LePage.
commission. 7 items in under 4 hours. That's pretty good and thoughtful deliberation. And congratulations on really our first true in-person meeting in a long time. My first true in-person meeting here as well. So a couple updates for you. The design guidelines drafts, both the residential and commercial, the product of this Design Traditions project we've been working on, will be out on the street this week. So it's very exciting. That's going to start the public review process for them, which is going to include the steering committee. We're going to do a community workshop. We're going to come to the Planning Commission with those draft guidelines. They'll already have been in your hands with plenty of time to review them. And ultimately to the City Council, where we'll present all the recommendations on that first draft that we received from the steering committee, the community, and the Planning Commission, which
Right.
will then result in a redraft. So there'll be a second draft that comes out of that.
What was the February 28th date that was mentioned today?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay, not related to this, so I don't
Oh,
want
I
to
thought it was
confuse it.
related to
No,
that.
it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not. So the design guidelines will be going out this week, and we'll be looking for public comment. We're targeting a community meeting in March, early March for that. It's very exciting. Another thing that's going to be launching very soon, I think Monday or Tuesday of next week, is the redraft of the wireless ordinance. Very exciting as well. We have you scheduled for a special Planning Commission meeting March 1st, 5 p.m. to review that. So you're going to have about 3 weeks with it. The community have about 3 weeks with it, which I think is more than reasonable to review that package. So keep an eye out for that. The February 28th date that Commissioner Locke was mentioning is tied to our housing element update. So we're going to be having a community meeting of the Housing Ad Hoc Committee on February 28th here in City Hall, in person and virtual, where we're going to be talking more about where we're going with the project, what the community has from concerns and things like that. But the biggest focus of that meeting is going to be trying to get folks from the development community, architects, builders, developers here in the room with the community and the council members to talk about what are real incentives, what are real things that we can do in the plan. Because remember, our housing element update, the city doesn't have to build any housing. We've been told by the state that 349 units of housing need to be built over an 8-year period, but none of that has to be built by the city. The city's role in that is to create a plan that has to be approved by the state in December. So our plan needs to include incentives that will incentivize private developers to build housing in the village. So that's the conversation. That's where we're at in the process right now, is trying to get some feedback from the community on that. So that'll be February 28th. The last thing that I want to share with you is like I mentioned, we're back in person today. New teleconferencing rules are going to be in place very soon. This has to do with the Brown Act. And I'll try to go through this and not be too nerdy about it, but basically we've been operating under something called AB 361, which allows us to do this the way that we've been doing it. That goes away when the governor removes the emergency declaration. And it is anticipated that Governor Newsom will be removing that on February 28th. What that means is that there's two other telecommunication laws or rules with respect to public meetings that will then be in effect. They're already in effect, but they will govern. AB 2449 and then the original traditional teleconferencing rule. So AB 2449 is a little bit more complex. That became effective January 1st. It requires that you have to have a quorum of the body in person. So 3 members need to be in person. The other 2 can be virtual, but they have to provide just cause. And just cause that's language from the law. And it's defined as very specific things: providing childcare, having an illness, having a physical or mental disability, or being on travel related to the jurisdictions, like business travel related to the city. So those 4, or an emergency situation. So the 2 members that would be virtual have to have one of those situations going on. So if you're caring for a sick loved one, that's fine. That's covered. There is a little bit more to it than that. You can't be virtual. If you're one of those members that's virtual, you can't be virtual more than 20% of the meetings and not more than 3 in a row. And so that's important to remember. And it does require notice, at least the day of. The latest you can do is the day of to the legislative body. And so the way that would look is that one of you would email me and I would let the rest of the commission know. The other way to do it, so both of these laws are still in effect, so that's AB 2449. The traditional teleconference rules are that if you're going to be virtual, we have to post wherever you're going to be. If it's your home address, if you're in a car on the corner, if you're in a hotel somewhere, wherever you're at physically, that address goes in the agenda. The public has to be able to access you, come to your home, view you, whatever. This is the old original traditional rules for teleconferencing. However, the majority of the body still has to be within the jurisdiction. So that doesn't mean everybody can be spread out all over, physically within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city. So really AB 2449 is the practical one, because no one wants to put their address or where they're going to be, or have folks come and watch you through your window. So just be aware that starting next month, it's likely, because everyone expects AB 361 to be repealed, that we're going to be operating under AB 2449. And I can send around, and I will send around the actual rules so you can all read them, but those are sort of the highlights of the law, and our city attorney laid that out for the city council this week as well. So that's what I have, unless you guys have any questions for me. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's great. I apologize if I was a little disoriented, but this...
You did great.
I'm not.
You haven't been in here for 3 years.
I haven't been here for 3 years, and I don't... Anyway, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.